Hi, welcome back. I'm going to jump straight in here and just start this project with the grass, as we need to start somewhere, and grass is probably one of the simplest things that we can create. What we're going to do is we're going to just create the grass that we need and talk about how to shade that, how to texture it, and how to get it to look good. So I'm just going to go ahead and create a project file here. So project window, new, and I'm going to call this grass tutorial. I'm going to hit set accept to accept all the primary project locations, and I'm also going to make sure that we're in the correct scale. So just Windows, settings, preferences, settings, and I'm going to work in meters. Now it is quite important to work to scale. It doesn't really matter whether your scale is feet or meters, so use whatever your preference is. I'm going to use meters. Okay, so before we get started, I'd just like to say as well that we're going to be using paint effects within this tutorial quite a lot. So if there's something I skip on the grass in the settings, we'll get to it later when we do the trees. So don't try and master every single setting that we're going to look at straight away, because it can be quite overwhelming if you've never used this before. There's a lot of options. So, without any further ado, let's just get started and create some grass. So we're going to use the visor here. If you just pop that open, you'll see under paint effects we have a lot of ready-made sort of presets. Now we'll be using some of these to get started with. We'll be using them as a base, if you like. So if I just go to grasses, you'll see here that there's several different types of grasses. Now we'll be using mental ray to render, of course, and the problem with a lot of these grasses is they're just not that suitable for what we want to do. So I'm going to start off with a very basic carpet grass, and later we'll take a look at how to get a bit more complicated with it. But for right now, just click carpet grass, and I'm going to be able to draw here directly on the grid, and I can see that my brush size, which is the round red thing at the end of the pencil, is quite small. So if I just push B and drag it outwards, I want it about a quarter the size of one of these. Oh, and virus database, sorry about that. So let's just get started and just click and drag to draw a stroke, and there we go. There we have some grass. Okay, pretty simple. But if we rendered this now, it would be mainly ground, and I'm not happy with the fact that it's all different lengths, and I'll get to why in a little while. I'm also not happy with the twist and bend, and the sample density is a little small. So let's pop open the outliner so we can see what we've got. And we've got this stroke here, which is the carpet grass itself, and we've got, or the grass carpet, however they call it in Maya. So the controls for all of this grass will be in two places. They'll be under the stroke shape grass carpet, and they'll be under also grass carpet. Now the first and most important things for us is to go under grass carpet and change the brush type from paint to mesh, because we'll be generating here a mesh. The global scale will just make it smaller or larger. Let's put that back to where it was, which is our brush size. So if you've drawn your brush size too small or too large, you can come in with this global scale and edit it later. We also need to look under mesh here, and tube sections is something we'll deal with when we get into trees, because right now this won't make any difference to our grass, but it is quite an important thing to be aware of, because when we get into trees and more complicated objects, it'll make quite a bit of difference. Okay, so if we go back onto the shape grass node, and you'll see here this says a mesh output. Now all we're going to do here is tick quad outputs, because when I generate the geometry from this, I want to output in quads, not tris. Really, if you output it in tris, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but I like to keep everything in quads where I can. Okay, so that's the basics that you have to do with every paint effect stroke that we're going to be using. You need to make sure the brush type is mesh. You need to make sure here that quad output is turned on. Now we don't, I'm just going to press Q here to get rid of this brush. There we go. We don't have a lot of grass here in our sample, so there's a few ways we can address this. We can increase the sample density, okay, which will just work like so, and although it only goes up to 2, you can just type your own value in there, of course, and this gives us a denser sample of grass. I'm going to put that back down to 1. We can also go under the grass carpet itself, and really when you're working with paint effects, if you're going to use mental ray, you're going to want to output a mesh, as we've said. So most of the settings in here won't make any difference to you. Things like shading, texturing, illumination, shadow effects, glow are all to deal with the paint effects and default Maya renderer. As I said, we're using mental ray, so really the sections we're interested in here would be mesh, tubes, and twist. And if I take these one by one, twist is, well, I think you can probably guess what this is going to do. Twist will quite simply twist our grass around. Here the twist rate is obviously the rate at which it twists, so we can sort of come here and either have none or a little bit of twist. Okay, and the twist random is just the random factor of it. Okay, so twist is quite useful because when we develop more complicated things within paint effects, you'll notice that they have a tendency to be a bit symmetrical. So twist lets you sort of twist them around a bit, for want of a better word. So twist is one of the things that we will use. Mesh we will use, but just in very general terms for the tube sections and subsections, and the main things we'll be using are under tubes. So if you just remember mesh, twist and tubes, this is pretty much all you'll use. So creation is where the creation happens. It does things like the width scale and basically the start off number of tubes. So if I hit start tubes here and increase that, you'll see that's another way we can use to increase our sample density. The segments is a very important value. You'll see each one of these would have 9 faces if we converted it to a mesh. If I increase the segments, then I get a lot more geometry. But that said, I'm at 536 faces with just these few patches of grass here. If I decrease the segments, obviously that's going to decrease a lot, or if I increase them massively, that's going to massively increase. And when you're working with sort of 100 square meters of this stuff, you need to keep an eye on how many polys that you've actually got. So let's just put that back to its default 9. There we go. Now another thing before we go any further is these, some of them have 9 segments, the shorter ones have less. I need these to have the same number of segments, the same number of faces in each grass stroke. Now I need this because later when I come to texture, I'll need everything with the same number of faces. This is because I'll be using a script to help me UV this grass. So instead of having a sort of a random grass with different sizes like so, I'm going to create 3 or 4 different strokes to create a randomness within my grass. This gives me more control and it's easier when I texture it later on. So the width is fairly self-explanatory. This is the width 1, which is the width at the base, which will also slightly increase the width at the tip, and this is the width at the tip. So I'm going to want my grass a bit wider at the base. And the nice thing is, when you're not dealing with a very dense sampling, you can of course see the updates in real time. So it's a very, very interactive process. Now width rand is obviously the random, and the bias and segment length we'll get into when we go over trees, because that will be quite difficult to see what's going on here. Now the width scale, this is just the scale, so I can make that 0 or none, but the interesting thing about that is if I go down like so, you see I can make just the tip. So I've got a lot of control and it's very interactive, and I can come in and just shorten down my tips there. Okay, so now you see my grass actually comes to a point instead of a blunt flat end. Now under here you also have the elevation, which deals with how straight or not your grass is. So I can sort of straighten this up, so I get to control the elevation of my grass, which is very handy. growth deals with branches, twigs and leaves. Now these look like actual pieces of grass, but for paint effects purposes they're actually branches. Now if we look here at the start branches, you'll see there's 3, so each one is giving birth to 3. Now I can lower that to 1, and then we just have 1 blade of grass born out of every point. If I raise that to 2, some of them should have 2. I have to go slightly higher. Whoops. Actually, I raised the wrong one. Excuse me. If I raise that to 2, there you go. I have 2. And if I raise that to 3, I have 3. And so on and so forth. So it just depends on how clumpy you want your grass. Branch dropout. Again, this is all something we're going to get into more with trees, because it'd be easier to see what's going on. Grass is rather simple. So twigs, leaves and flowers, we don't have any in this particular instance. And behavior, you might think, had to do with animation, and it does under turbulence. So if I put grass, wind, turbulence type on this grass, you will see that if I give myself a few more frames here, that it's actually animated. Okay, and we can keep this relationship with the animation on even when we convert to mesh. And different types of turbulence will create different types of animation effects. Okay, we'll get into that a bit later, but for right now I don't need any animation, so I'm going to leave it off. Now all of these other things actually deal with the look of the grass, but also how it interacts with the animation. So we'll go through exactly what you need to avoid in these settings. Curl, for instance, is going to give you a sort of semi-spacey, almost underwater kind of seaweed feel to it, but when you animate it, it has a tendency to do some weird things. So I mean, I tend to use just a touch, if any, of a lot of these values. Wiggle is the same thing. We'll do some very strange sort of effects to your geometry there. Noise will just give a sort of random noise bend. Okay, and the frequency obviously denotes how much that will interact, and the offset. Okay, so you can move the noise up and down. So I'll introduce a little bit of noise to my grass here. The random here will just tell you how random it is. So you can introduce completely random sort of squiggles and curls and whatnot to your grass. Now I want mine just a little bit random. The gravity obviously pulls it downwards, and you'll notice that if I pull it down so far, I've actually gone through the floor, which is where this value comes in, deflection. If I click deflection, it will be deflected by the ground plane. So it doesn't matter how much I pull down this here, I'm going to get that ground plane deflection. This is extremely handy if you're going to be creating say a willow tree or something of that ilk whose branches would actually touch the floor. Okay, so we don't need deflection on grass, or not this particular stroke. So that about does it. You've got a few other things. You've got spiral, which will allow you to spiral around these strokes here. Okay, and the decay for the spiral. So all pretty standard values in there. And bend again. You can make it very twisty. Okay, but you know, be aware that if you use, say, a lot of this for whatever reason, when you come to your animation again, it's going to look a little strange. So I don't need animation, so I'll make sure that's off, and I'm going to set my bend to 0. Maybe I'll have a little bit. There we go. So our grass, as you can see, has grown up from 3 blades to 4, and we've sort of randomized it a little bit, twisted it around a little bit. You know, it's grass, it's really not that complicated to get the basic strokes right. Now, if you remember, I said before I wasn't happy that these were some with 4, some with 9, some of different lengths. So in order to make sure when I convert this to a mesh they're all going to have the same number of faces, I need to go up again to creation, and under tube length, which would be here, tube length min and max, I'm going to make these both 0.5. And you'll now see that although they are slightly different sizes because of the bend and whatnot, when I convert them they will have the same number of faces, and this will come in handy later on for when we texture. So that's our first stroke, and this will be our tallest grass. This will be the grass that sort of sticks up above the other grass. Now I'm just going to increase the sample density, so that's under the stroke shape. Now sample density I'm going to try off 10. Okay, and as you can see, if I look at this from a top view, you can still see the floor, and indeed let's put in a floor of some description. Okay, that'll just so I can show you that, yeah, there you go. So this sample is not particularly dense, but as I'm going to be having 3 or 4 different lengths of grass, which is going to take 3 or 4 different grass strokes to make, then you know this is going to be 4 times as dense by the time I have 4 strokes in there. So I wouldn't worry about that. And one of the things we can do as well, even after we convert this to a mesh, because we have the construction history on, we'll be able to go back and tweak the paint effect stroke, which will actually update the mesh that we create. So it's all very flexible and quite simple to do. Now I'm going to leave it there for a second, and I'll be back in a minute where we'll create the other grass strokes and take a look at putting them all together to create one patch of grass that can then be reused throughout our scene. So I shall see you in a moment. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we left our grass here, which was the longest grass that we'll be creating. What I'd like to do now is go and create the shortest grass we'll be creating, and this grass will be used as sort of dead grass that's been trampled down over time, because as people walk on this, obviously it will get completely flattened and then it will die and new grass will grow up. So I want to just create a sampling here of that sort of flat dead grass at the bottom. So once again I'm going to pop open the visor, and I'll be using this carpet grass again, and I'm just going to draw a stroke. So let's see our brush size here. Let's get it roughly the same size, and let's just draw a stroke here. There we go. Now what I want to do is make sure that these two brush sizes were the same scale. So if I select this grass and have a look under its grass carpet 1 node, you'll see the global scale is 37. Here it's 24, so let's make that 37 too. Okay, and now we've got sample sizes that are roughly the same, although this one we've tweaked so it's slightly taller, and this one we have not. Now first thing I want to do is, this is going to be short grass, I'm going to lower the number of segments, which will also lower the number of polys. So I'm going to put this at say 4, because it's going to be a lot shorter, and I'm going to set the length min and max at 0.2 and 0.2. Okay, this will give us a nice short grass. Now as I said before, we are going to be dealing with a lot of polys throughout this tutorial, so when I've created this bundle of grass, we'll come back and create a low res version for grass that's going to be far away from the camera, because obviously if we're rendering from here, so if we were doing a shot like this through the tops of some grass and over here into the distance, we'd want this foreground grass to be quite high res, but in the background here there's no point in laying down, you know, 40 million polygons for something that's going to be 40 meters away from the camera. So after we've created this high res grass stroke, we'll come back and I'll show you how to do a more lower res one. Okay, so this is going to be our short dead grass. Now to that end, it's a little bit sticky up, it's looking a little bit lively, and we want to flatten this out onto the floor. So let's go along and look under our width scale first of all, and again let's make the tips pointy. Okay, if you can see that they now come to a point. If I can find a good view of one, there we go, straight into a point. Obviously if this was like that, you'd come to a blunt ended bit of grass. So the width scale, quite a useful thing. Now that's pointy, I'm going to lay it a bit flatter on the floor. So let's go like so, and you'll notice that some of it's disappeared under the ground plane, so this is an excellent time for our deflection. So if we go under forces, you'll see deflection here. Okay, and if you wanted that to sort of not deflect off the floor plane but a bit higher up, you can always increase the deflection minimum and maximum, but in our case 0 is just fine. So that's ensured that we have no grass poking through the ground there. Now I'm going to increase the random a little bit, which not quite so much. Okay, and also I'm going to increase the gravity just to pull this down a bit further. And now I want it a little bit more randomized than it is. So again, I could use any of these. I could use some noise, I could use some wiggle, some curl, or a combination of all of them really. I'm going to use a little bend here, just a touch. And if I go up, I'm going to, let's see, just increase the tubes per step, which will give us more samples so I can see a bit better what I'm dealing with. Okay, and now I'm going to want to sort of spin this around so it's not all facing in the same direction, because this is going to be dead trampled grass. So I'm going to go down and find the azimuth min and max and kind of play around with those a little bit to get a more sort of spread out look. Okay, now this looks to me to be sort of trampled down grass. So under the shape, grass shape node, let's increase the sample density to say, let's try 5. Okay, and there we have a sort of carpet of dead grass. So if we take this now and move it under our other grass, you'll see that we have this tall grass built up here, but also this flat dead grass underneath. Now don't worry if these don't quite match up, we're going to be editing this later. Okay, so now we have our 2 samples, one flat dead grass, which we will shade accordingly of course as a sort of browner colour, and one sticky up grass. And if we look down now, you can see that there's less chance of seeing through to the floor. So I'm going to go ahead and create another grass stroke, which will be our medium size grass. So let's go and pop open the visor again, and just under carpet grass here, let's draw another stroke, and again just change the brush size to approximately the right, and actually I've drawn that in the wrong direction. I want it all going in sort of semi the right direction. I can of course change that in here, but and our global scale is 37, so let's just make sure this is also 37. Okay, and this grass length was 0.2, this was 0.5, so let's make this 0.25. This one is obviously lying flat, so again under length min and max. Okay, and we do this way simply because I would like to texture this later on with a particular script that we will go through when we've finished our grass here. Okay, so right now I've got that sort of same grass. I'm going to put the segments for the medium grass to 6 and try and save as much geometry as possible. Even though this is our high-res grass, you still don't want to go nuts. And the tubelet width, I want my bottom of my grass here to be, I want the bottom of my grass here to be a bit fatter, and obviously I want it to come to a point, so once again one of those in there, one of those in there, and that comes to a point. And in fact I'd like this one to come to a point sort of longer, so instead of being quite fat and then coming to a sharp point, I want it to thin down quite a bit over the length. Now elevation, let's stand it up a bit. Okay, and let's just add a little bit of that, and I'm going to keep the start branches and number of branches the same. I'm going to go down and add a little bit more, or maybe a little bit less random actually, and I don't need deflection because this is never going to pass through the floor, so a little bit of bend, not quite that much, say 0.05. A lot goes quite a long way, and a little bit of twist as well. So let's just twist that a bit, there we go. Now obviously, because we're dealing with so few sections, 5 in this, these would have a more profound effect if we had more sections. But if we had more sections, we'd have more geometry, and if we had more geometry, then obviously we would need to increase the overall poly count of the whole scene quite a lot, which really is not necessary. So let's just add here some more sample density. Let's try a sample density of 10. And again, just move this into our middle grass here so we can get a look at what it now looks like. So now we're starting to build up an actual patch of grass. There it is, there's our middle grass. And I think I'm actually going to create one more, which will be sort of semi-middle. So this here was at point for the length 0.25. I think I'm going to create another patch of grass that's at 0.35. Okay, so let's just again visor, big grass, get our brush approximately the right size. Whoops, excuse me. Okay, there we go. And to do that you push B, I think I mentioned it before, but okay, and here we will have a mid-size sample. Okay, so let's just take a look at this, and we said we'd make the length 0.35 and 0.35. And I'm going to want it to stand up a little bit again. So let's just stand this up a bit. A bit less than that. And again, as I say, the nice thing about dealing with a small sample density when you first start to design your grass is that you can see everything happening in real time. So really for this one, this is actually not looking too bad. I think I'll just have a little bit of noise. And again, it's not going to need any deflection or anything because it's not going to come through the floor. So this is actually fine for me. Let's just go ahead and increase the sample density. That's way too many. Excuse me, let's try a sample density of 8. And that looks a bit better. So let's go ahead and move this medium-sized grass into the middle here. Okay, and let's just click through and see our different grasses. So this is the longest grass, the shortest grass, the medium, and the second medium. And in fact, our last stroke I'm going to make a tiny bit longer. So let's go in there and drag this width up to the length, sorry, up to 0.4. Okay, so let's skip through our strokes. Okay, so that is our basic high-res grass bundle. This is what we'll be using in our scene. We'll be positioning this several different ways in the scene, which we'll get into in a little while. I will see you in the next part where we'll tidy up the edges of this thing, and also we'll take a look at how to get a basic shader on there. So I will see you in the next part, and thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we created our bundle of grass here. It's not very tidy, but we'll take care of that in a sec. And we used to do this 4 different paint effects grass strokes. So we had the tallest grass, the shortest grass, and then a couple of middle strokes. So when we get up close and personal to this, it's quite a dense piece of grass now with varying different lengths. It'll look fairly realistic when we come to render it. Now, as I'm going to repeat this over a very large area, one bundle is going to be okay. It's better to have 2, and I'm going to show you a very quick way that we can just come in and duplicate this grass and change it so we can create 2 grass bundles. So I'm going to select first our tallest grass, and I'm going to go up to Edit, Duplicate Special, and if I open the options box and just reset the tool, I'm just going to duplicate geometry type copy. I'm going to duplicate with input graph and hit duplicate special. This has created a grass stroke 5 and the curve. So if I just move this, you'll see I've created an identical copy, as you would imagine, of our tallest grass. Now, rather than go in and refiddle with all these values to get something that looks a bit different, one of the great things is I can just go under the stroke shape node and change the random seed. Okay, so any value you want, it doesn't matter, it will just be completely random, and there we go. So now I have this taller grass, which is slightly different to this taller grass. Okay, and I'm just going to go through and do that with all the strokes. So I'm going to get a copy of this bottom grass. So I'm going to edit again, duplicate special, and I'm just going to move that under our other patch here. And once again, I'll just change the random seed. So now we have, as you can see on this one, completely different grass without having to go back in and retweak all those settings. And I'm just going to do that with this second medium grass. Duplicate special, and I'm going to move it into the middle of this bundle, and once again change its random seed. And the last one would be this one, so let's just modify, duplicate special, and move that one into here. Okay, and once again give it a different random seed. So now we've got 2 different bundles of grass. So when we come to repeat these over a larger area, I'll now have 2 different grasses to call on that are slightly different in shape and also will be slightly different in texture. This will give me a bit more realism to the whole feel of it. So let's go now and group these together. And did I 1, 2, 3, 3? Yeah, I did. Okay, let's add that to the group as well, and let's group these together. Okay, so we call this high res grass 1, and this will be, rather unimaginatively, high res, just call that high grass 02. Okay, so now you have these 2 high res grass bundles. So what we can now do is create the low res grass bundle, because both of these bundles will be for use next to the camera. But as I've said before, when we place it miles away from the camera, we can cut out some polys by creating a lower res version of the grass. So once again, I'm going to edit duplicate special, okay, which will give us the tall grass. I'm going to not use this base grass for the low res version because the ground will be textured, and it will be so far away you won't see it. And I'm also going to use just 1 mid grass for the low res bundle. So edit, duplicate special. There we go. And let's move this over here. Okay, so this will be the basis of our low res grass. Now, it's not got the detail that the others have, being that it's only 2 strokes. And let's grab these two strokes and move them out of the group. Okay. So the other thing is I'm going to lower the amount of polys in each one. So I'm going to go under the grass carpet 9 in this case, and I'm going to do the segments as 4. Okay, and I'm going to grab this one and do the segments as 2. So if we compare the poly count, this would be the bundle number 1, and obviously we can't compare poly counts at the moment because we haven't converted them to mesh, which I shall take care of in just a second. Okay, but this one will have significantly less polygons than this one. Okay, this is 4 strokes, this is 2. So I'm going to change the random seeds on these as well. Okay, so there's our grass bundles, and in order for us to render these correctly with mental ray, we're going to have to come in and convert these to polygons. So let's just move them apart a bit so I can see the 3 distinct bundles. Okay, and to convert paint effects to polygons is actually quite simple. One of the things we need to make sure of, though, is, as we discussed before, is we will need to make sure that all of our brush types are set to mesh, and all of our mesh outputs are set to quad outputs. So let's just go through and make sure we've done that. So I'm just basically checking all the strokes to make sure they're all on mesh and all on quad output. And it looks like we forgot a few here, but not to worry. This is simply so they'll convert correctly. Okay, that's got them all. So now let's go ahead and convert these to standard Maya mesh. Okay, and we can do that just by simply selecting the strokes here and going edit, convert, where is it? Sorry, it's modify, convert, paint effects to polygons, and pop open the option box and I'll just reset it. So what you want is quad output, and the poly limit will limit the number of polys that are created during the conversion. I do not want this, so I'm going to set my poly limit to 0, which actually means no limit, and hit convert. Now you'll see I've got a mesh group that's been created, and also the grass itself that I just converted. So this one, if I look under its stroke node, it's actually been hidden, so I can no longer see that paint effects stroke. So if I pop this one open, you can see I can see the stroke, and when we go to edit, modify, convert, paint effects to polygons, you'll see that that becomes automatically hidden, and these mesh groups are created. So as these are created, I'm going to group them and just call this grass mesh low res. And actually this is incorrect, so there we go. So this is my actual group now, which contains just geometry, so there's no paint effect left here. The nice thing is, though, as I did this with construction history, if I go back up to the stroke, even though it's hidden, if I change its assets, its attributes within the stroke itself, that will update the mesh. So you can see that that's the bottom group there. So if I change the global scale to say 200, you can see that these are still working. So I think we had that initially on 37. Okay, and that applies to any of these. If I take this long grass stroke and say go and change its tubes per step, you can see that that's all working just fine. So even though we've converted this to a mesh now, we still have the control of the paint effect because we worked with construction history, so they're still connected together. Okay, so let's go ahead and convert these other bundles now. So once again, just modify, convert paint effects to polygons, and just do this all the way through. Okay, you'll see here that I now have the mesh for all 4 of these. So I can then group this and call this grass mesh high res 02. And again for this one. Oops. Okay, and this should be all the mesh in my group 1 here. Let's just check it out. It is. So Control G. Okay, so I've got my low res bundle, my 2 high res bundles. Now I can probably go ahead and just group all these paint effect strokes together. So there's the grass 1 paint effect strokes, the grass 2, and let's do this one. Group it and call it one. Okay, it's quite important to keep this neat, because once we start to get thousands of these instants all over the place, we'll have paint effect strokes, meshes, particles. So you know, if you don't keep your outliner nice and neat, you might get yourself in a spot of bother. Okay, but now this is mesh, I can simply select it all and assign new material. It appears that mental ray has gone missing, so let's load that in. Okay, I can simply select them all, assign new material, mental ray materials, and I'm going to use the standard Maya material X. Let's just tweak that so it's not reflective to start with, and there you go. Now I can, if I want to, because I've done this, render these in mental ray. Okay, so just change the renderer to mental ray, hit render. And you'll see here that I've got this. I'm not quite sure, my test resolution must be set on 50%. It is. Let's just set it to the camera and do that again. But you can already see that I can now render, even though this is, well, was born of a paint effect stroke, it now renders just fine in mental ray, which is exactly the point that we wanted. Obviously for a decent render you're going to have to use mental ray, V-ray, or you know, a rendering engine other than Maya software in most cases. So to us to get this paint effects and convert it into this grass, and you can see here the flat grass and all the medium grasses, is exactly where we want it to be. Now in the next part we'll actually texture this grass, so there will be a little bit of Photoshop, and I hope to see you in that when we'll get this to look quite nice. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So we have from the last part our 3 grass bundles, our 2 high res ones, and our 1 low res one here, already in mesh format, waiting for us to texture and render. Now if we grab hold of one of these paint effects and take a look at its UVs, under the UV texture editor, you can see here we just got 1 UV. One giant layout, which means that if I was to load on a texture on here, all of these would become the same color. So what we're going to do is we're going to design 1 grass texture, and we could design 1 for each layer, and we probably will a little later on, but for right now let's just get this to a point where it looks nice in mental ray, and we've designed the texture and the shader to go with it. So pop open your Photoshop, and I've included all the pictures I've taken. I took many pictures of grass, and this is actually from a fern, so it's not actually a piece of grass, but it will do for our intents and purposes. And all the textures we use in this tutorial will just be made from pictures that I've actually gone outside and taken pictures of bark, leaves, grass. In fact, I've been walking around for the last week with my camera stuck in bushes. I think people think I'm slightly nuts, but there we go. So I will include those with the tutorial, but you really can just grab any old camera and go out and make your own. So I'm going to make a quick texture for this grass, and in order to do that I'm just going to rotate this canvas. So I'm just going to rotate it up 90. Okay, and then I'm going to just select my leaf here and transform that so it's relatively straight. There we go. And then for this is the most simple texturing you're going to do during this tutorial. So I'm really just going to grab a bit I like, and if you wanted a bit of brown at the tip of your leaf, we can start sort of grabbing here. And let's just grab a section of this. Let's make sure we've got leaf and no paper. Okay, we have some paper at the top there. That should be fine. So I'm going to Control C, Control N for a new Photoshop, and Control V to paste our grass in. And we have, by the look of it, got a small bit there, but that's not really a problem. Just going to smudge that out a bit. Actually, let's just blur that out a bit, create a background layer, and just fill it in a solid brown. Okay, so this should be absolutely fine. Just make sure I haven't clipped it. And obviously you might want to spend a bit more time with your texture, but for me, for right now, that'll be fine for demonstration. So let's go ahead and save that into our project directory, which I'll do now. Okay, so I'm just saving that into the source images of my project directory as a TIFF, and I'm just going to hit save and OK. So if we hit back to Maya, what I can do is take this mere material that we assigned, so hit material attributes, and I'm going to call this grass rough, and then I'm going to give it a texture. Okay, which is this grass texture that we made, and you can see here that every single blade of grass has got the same texture. Okay, so let us set this scene up for a quick render. So let's create a ground plane, give us something to work with. Okay, and if I just hit render now with mental ray, this is going to be fairly unimpressive because we have absolutely no lighting in the scene. But it should at least show you that we're in mental ray and we have these grass bundles, and they are indeed rendering with our texture on. So let's sort out the lighting a bit. I don't want to spend too long on this, so I'll just create a quick physical sun and sky. I'm going to put this at some more sensible settings for test render. So I turn the accuracy down to 30, the point density down to 0.1. If you were animating at this point, you'd probably run into a few problems. I'm going to turn the point interpolation to 20 and the secondary bounces to 1. I'm also going to go down under the quality and put the filter to 1, and this will help us ease out any blotchiness. And I'm going to turn the tracing slightly higher because our grass will be quite reflective by the time we've finished this particular shader. So there you go, that's the settings I'm using for Final Gather. If you've seen the companion tutorial for this, you'll know I go over that in a lot more detail, but for right now, this will do us just fine. So let's find our sun, and because we're in meters, it's come in miniature, so I'm just going to make that a little bigger. Okay, so we can see where it is, and let's have a look at one of these grass bundles. So let's just turn on the resolution gate, and also because it's blocked off quite a lot, I'm just going to go to the camera. I'm going to go under display, and actually I need the perspective shape, and I need to be under display options. I'm going to change the overscan from 1.3 to 1.07, and that will just open this up, so easier to work with. Alright, let's have a look at this grass with texture. Okay, the first thing I notice is because we've now gone to a physical sun and sky, we've gone into a linear workflow with a gamma correction node on the camera in the form of a lens shader. So I'm going to just, I'll let that finish so we can see the difference. But as you can see already, we've got some quite nice grass. We've got the different lengths, we've got the grass on the floor, we've got a medium grass. You can't see any white through it, so the sample is probably dense enough, maybe even a little too dense. But as I said, as we're still connected to the paint effect, we can always change that. Okay, so let's sort this out. So this polyplane, this is not gamma corrected, so I'm going to kill that, and I'll show you what I mean. There's when you create a physical sun and sky, on your camera goes a simple lens shader with a gamma of 2.2. Now the companion tutorial to this one deals with light in for exteriors, and I think it's a 5-hour tutorial that covers all of this. So I'm going to just give you enough information to get through this, and if you're interested in going in depth in that, check out the other tutorial. Okay, so I'm going to need to gamma correct my texture here, because the gamma on the camera is 2.2 and the gamma on the texture I imported is already 2.2. I need to take it off the texture I imported. So if that makes not a lot of sense to you, just bear with me a second and I think you'll get the drift in a sec. So we're going to pop open the hypershade. I'm going to delete unused nodes to get rid of all these paint effects shaders. So just delete unused nodes, and this leaves me with just my grass rough. So I'm going to graph the network, and you can see that this is my file texture connected to my shader. I'm going to break the connections between the two. I'm going to add a utility node, a gamma correct. I am going to connect this file texture to this gamma node. So I'm going to middle mouse drag this onto the gamma node and hit value. So the output from this file texture is going to the value of this gamma. I then need to connect this gamma to this diffuse color. So again, middle mouse drag, just hit diffuse. Okay, so you'll see my texture has come back. Now I need to just take the gamma off this. So to do that, I use a value of 0.454. Okay, and you'll see in the viewport it's gone much darker. And now I'm going to hit render, and you'll see in the render it's a lot darker as well. Okay, so now you can see with the correct gamma correction we're getting the color that we should have got from this texture out of Photoshop. Now I'm just going to tweak the light in a bit here. So I'm just going to give us from a different angle, and let's take a look at this with some different light angle. Okay, there we go. There's a slightly different angle on the light there, and I go in for a zoom in, and let's just check what this looks like from close up. I think the texture is fairly good. The shader needs quite a bit of work, but let's just take a look at this. Okay, so I've shot this grass from several different angles under several different lighting conditions, just so you can have a look. Okay, and our texture here is working fairly well. The problem is that every single blade of grass has exactly the same texture on it, which might do for a more of a distant shot, but it's certainly not going to get a job done for up close like this. So one thing we can do is we can take a look, for instance, this dead grass that we created underneath to be our sort of ground layer. We can go into Photoshop and give that one a completely different texture. So I can use, let's say, just this dead portion of grass here, and I'm just going to Control C, create a new texture for this here. Okay, and I'm just going to save this into our project directory, so save as into our source images. I'm going to call this grass test. Dead. Okay, and this is the basics of texturing. We'll get into something a bit more advanced in a second. I just wanted to show you how this works in principle. So I take our dead grass here and I'm going to assign a new material to it. And once again, I'll just use a material X. I'll just knock that reflectivity down for now. And the color, of course, we'll be using our file texture. And I'm going to use this dead grass texture. So you can see here that all this grass underneath has now gone that brown color. I will just gamma correct my texture. So let's have a look. Which one was it? This one? No, this is grass rough. This is grass dead. Okay, so once again I need that gamma utility, so gamma correct value up to diffuse. Okay, so that just sits in between the file texture and the shader. And once again, let's take the gamma off. Okay, so let's grab another couple of test renders. Now we've got this sort of dead grass at the bottom. Okay, let me pop open my render view and see what the light was like on the last one. It was fine. So I'm just going to hit render. And now you can see here underneath our dead grass is coming in brown, and when we've got this laid over a larger area, this will allow any sort of view you can see through this nice fresh grass on the top to underneath will be this brownish sort of dead grass. Now the textures are okay for this, for a basic setup, but the shader itself is not really looking grass-like. Grass is quite reflective. You know, if you look at a field of grass, and I've got some pictures that I'll show you in a sec, you'll see some very white highlights on it. So let's go, and it's also translucent, which this is not. So let's go and take a look inside our two shaders. So under material attributes, you'll see we've got the color set weight at 1 because we want the whole color to come through. Roughness, because grass is quite smooth, we're going to leave it 0. Reflectivity I'm going to put up to 1. And glossiness I'm going to put to say 0.4. You can think of that as the size of your spec if you want, if you move this down and up. So I might put the glossiness to 0.25 to start off with. Now there is a couple of important details that we need to make sure are right. We need to, because this is flat, under advanced reflection, you'll see there's a skip reflection on the inside. Now this is great if you've got a round ball and you're not going to be able to see into it, because why would you go through the trouble of generating reflections on the inside of something that you're never going to see? But as we're dealing with a flat plane, we want to turn this off. So we do want reflections on the inside. Now the other thing is, because it's flat again under advanced refraction, we have to make it thin walled, and its transparency, we don't really want it transparent, we want it translucent, but in order for the translucency to work you have to have some transparency. So I'm going to put the transparency to 0.25, and basically we can then go under BRDF, and we don't want the Fresnel reflections, so this is going to be too high for me. I'm going to use a 90-degree reflection of 0.7 and a 0-degree reflection of 0.15. Now we'll come back and tweak these later, but this should do us for a basic setting. So let's take a look at that now with no translucency, just the transparency. Okay, so this is the render without any translucency, just transparency, and you can see that because we turned on the reflection at 1 and we edited the BRDF values, we now have some nicer specular or sort of semi-specular highlights on this, so it looks a lot more realistic. The problem is that with just transparency it's actually see-through, so it's washed out a lot of our colour here. If we flick back to the first one, you can see here this is a bit flat, not quite realistic. This got quite a bit better, but we still need to do the translucency. I just wanted to show you what that would like if you skipped this next step. So we go to translucency, we want to turn it on, of course, on. We want to use a weight of 1 because we don't want any transparency. So by having a weight of 1 it will be fully translucent and not at all transparent. But we can't use this pale sort of cream colour, that won't work at all. So once again, to hypershade, let's map our grass rough, so graph the network, and from here we want to create a translucency map. Now I'm going to use just this file and I'm going to drag that into the colour here, but because we used a transparency value of 0.25, I want to multiply this by 4, and there's an easy way to do this. We can use a multiply divide node, so just put one of those in there, middle mouse drag into input 1. Okay, so now your file is going into this multiply divide into the input 1, and we want to take that and put it in the translucency color. So middle mouse drag this up to the translucency color, but as we want to multiply this by 4, we put in the input 2 value 4, 4 and 4. Okay, so I'll do a quick render and I'll show you what that has done for us. Okay, and Y. Okay, there we go. So I just had a trouble graphing the network, but I just wanted to show you that this file node now is going out into the gamma correct and into the diffuse color. It's going out into the multiply divide and into the translucency color. So let's get another shot of that. And you'll see we get a better result. Right, you can see here with the translucency at 1, we're no longer transparent in any way. If I flick backwards and forwards, you'll see with no translucency or transparency, with transparency, with translucency. The problem is that we've lightened our grass up way too much, and I can explain why. If we take a look at our graphed shader here in the hypershade, you'll see that we go from multiply divide into translucency color straight from the raw ungamma corrected image. Now this will give you a much brighter translucency because it hasn't yet been gamma corrected. Now that can be sometimes a quite nice result, because when I design generally a translucency map, which would be a separate file, which again we'll get into later, I normally lighten it a little bit, but this is too much looking at it now. So I'm going to break the connection between the file texture and the multiply and divide, and instead I'm going to come from the gamma corrected into the multiply and divide. Okay, so to graph that now, you can see here that the file goes into the gamma correction goes to the diffuse color of the shader, it also goes to the multiply and divide, already gamma corrected, into the translucency color. So once again I'll take a snapshot and a render, and you'll see that the grass darkens quite considerably. So as I said, our grass has darkened quite considerably. Now we're using the gamma corrected translucency map, which is the same as our color map in this case, but this is the basics of grass shading. Now obviously I need to do the same to this grass underneath, and I'm going to come back and do that in the next part. I'm also going to address the problem that although this is looking quite nice, all of these grass pieces have exactly the same texture on them, and it would be nice if we could get some variation in there rather than just having variation between the different size grasses that we used in here. I want to actually have variation in not each individual blade of grass, because obviously that would take too long, but I want to get, 4, 6, 9 maybe different textures in here, so we can get some grass with longer brown tips and different color variations. So join me in the next part and we'll go over some more advanced texturing for this grass. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we left off here with our grass in a fairly decent condition. I took the liberty of rendering some shots from slightly different light angles while we were away. And we've got this. So I'm quite liking the translucency. The basic texture we have is quite good. One or two things I did notice as I was going through this. I think we have too much density in this grass. If I take a look at how many polygons it is, we're at sort of 27,000 polys for this, and I'd like to bring that down to somewhere around 20. Also, if we look at our render view, this is an awfully square patch of grass and it is quite dense, so let's just sort that out. So let us go in here and grab our grass high paint effect strokes, which as we know will update our meshes too, and let's grab the first one, which would be our tall grass. And under its carpet grass node here, we're going to just go to the tubes per step and maybe lower it down. In fact, I think I'll do that with a sample density. So we'll go from a sample density of 10 to say 7. Okay, and you've seen that's reduced some of these tall grass strokes. Now the stroke 2 is this underneath grass. I think that's fine. Stroke 3, I'm going to reduce the sample density to 6, and stroke 4 sample density to 4. If we have a look at how many polys we've now got, we're down to about 20,000, which is where I want it to be. Another thing I noticed, if we look here under our actual mesh, tall grass, obviously the short bottom grass, medium and medium. I think this second medium grass could do with actually being a little bit taller. So I'm going to go up to grass stroke 4, and just under tubes I'm going to elongate it from 0.4 to 0.45. This will just make it a little bit taller, so it'll give us just a little bit less gap between this really tall grass and the medium grass. Now if I grab a camera angle here to take another render of this, I think you'll see now we'll be able to see through this a little bit more to this dead grass underneath, and we've also reduced our poly count from almost 30,000 to 20,000, which we can see here. Okay. So there, as you can see, we've got rid of some of the density of the grass. We can actually see through it a little bit more now, down into this brown grass underneath. And if I take a render from the side, you'll see that we have less density in here and more variation between these sort of middle grass and the tallest grass and the short grass here. So let me just grab that for you. Okay, so that's just thinned our grass out a little, which is exactly what I was looking for. Now, depending on the type of grass you're trying to create, if you're trying to create somebody's freshly mown front lawn, of course, you'd want to change this a bit. But as I'm going to have this repeated over a scene many times, I don't want it too dense. I quite like the fact that you can see through a little bit towards the ground. So that's perfect, and it's also reduced the poly count, which is never a bad thing. Now, one issue before we get into some more advanced texturing on this is that if I look at this from the top down, it's an awfully square patch of grass, and I want it a little bit more organic before I start to texture it. So I'm going to drop into a 4 view, hit the top view, and just line this up into the center. Okay, and now because this is just mesh, I can grab it and treat it like any mesh. So I'm going to select the lasso tool, and I'm just going to come in here and draw a rough sort of organic shaped circle, if you like. Okay, and I really wanted to be in face mode before I did that. So let me just grab the most dense one we've got here, and I think I've selected the wrong faces. I have. So let's just go to face mode, sorry. Okay, and now I'm going to draw my circle around here. Okay, just rough. And that's selected the faces inside. So I'm going to just go Shift Select to select the inverse selection. I'm then going to hit Shift and the right angle bracket to select any faces that I might have missed. What that does is, you could probably hear me pressing the key, when you press Shift and the right angle bracket, it will just select the faces of any geometry you've only selected one or two faces from. Now this is important because we don't want to leave half stalks of grass lying about. And now I'm going to just hit delete. So I'm just going to do this for all of our objects here. So once again into face mode. Oops, wrong button, sorry. Okay, and just lasso here our rough circle. You don't have to be too precise. There we go. And again, let's just do an inverse selection by holding Shift and dragging it round, and Shift left angle bracket. Just make sure you've got everything and hit delete. Okay, and let's get these face mode. And just once again, there we go, and again inverse selection, Shift angle bracket to get any we might have missed, delete. And this has given us a more rounded sort of pile of grass. In fact, if I dip back into our perspective view, you can see here this is a little bit more organic, a little bit less square. And really for us at the moment that's not terribly important. In fact, I've missed a couple there by the look of it, so I'm just going to hit face mode, grab these three, and now you can see the Shift angle bracket working, and I'm going to get rid of them. So there we go. Now when we lay that down, that will look just a bit better. And of course we can always go back in if we're not happy with this density and change it at a later date. So if I do a quick render from a sort of top view here, let me just get a decent angle. You'll see instead of this square patch of grass that we have, we'll get a more rounded one. So that's just sort of knock the square edges off, so later when we come to repeat this all over a plane or a landscape, we won't have any obvious sort of square edges sticking out. So now we've got the basic shape of our grass and the basic texture done, I just want to discuss a little bit about this problem, and if I can find a close-up shot that I've done somewhere. This is one of the old ones before we had translucency, but it illustrates the point. Each stalk of grass, if you like, has the same texture on it. Now we've got different textures on these, and of course we have, this is made up of 4 different strokes, so we can individually texture each one of these strokes, which we will to a certain extent, but when it comes to one group, which is just one mesh, they're all going to have the same texture. So if I open the UV texture editor, you'll see, and I put on the texture, you'll see here that all of these strokes have this texture here. Now it would be nice if we could split these up to have different textures, and it is possible, but it does take a script. So if you'll bear with me, you're going to have to download it. If you go to djx.com.au, you'll find a tool called DJ Paint Effects UVs for Maya. If you download that and put it in your script directory, which is normally your documents Maya scripts, depending on what version you have, what that will do is this will allow you to lay out UVs for things like grass, leaves on trees, pretty much anything you want in a grid. So rather than trying to explain this to you by talking at you, I'll actually do it for you and you can get a look. But the web page is here. It's a great utility. I highly recommend it, and you might just want to read through the instructions on setting it up in Maya. but I have my copy in Maya. I've put mine on a custom shelf, and the command is just import it and then open it up, and it now comes with its own UI, so it's actually quite simple. So you can run this directly from the script editor, or you can put it on a button on a custom shelf, whichever you like. I tend to use it a lot. This is why I've got it as a button on a custom shelf. So once you've got this installed, by copying it to your script directory and either, as I said, putting it on your button or just executing it directly from the script editor, what this will allow you to do is take, say, let's start with this grass here. So it will take our small grass, and so we can get a better look, I'm just going to hide Control H the rest of our grass. So we can see here our grass, one texture, every blade exactly the same. Now if I activate this script, it will pop up a little UI and I get a choice, 2x2, which is 2x2 tiled, so that's 4, or 3x3, 9, or 4x4, or grass. Now it has a special setting for grass. I'm not going to use it simply because I like to do my grass with images, and this is easier to do with, say, a gradient. If you read the website, you'll understand what I'm talking about, but for right now, for us, we're going to use purely texture images. So I'm going to lay out a 3x3 grid, which will give me 9 separate textures to play with. I'm going to put a tile separation of 0.0005. It's not necessary, but it helps me visualize the UV. And then I'm going to hit Layout UVs. Okay, and you'll see immediately that this has changed in the viewport now. Okay, so it looks like our texture's gone a bit wonky, and indeed it has. If I go back to the UV texture editor, you can see here, if I zoom in, we now have tiles. Okay, each one of these tiles will be a texture that's assigned to a blade of grass. So if we scroll in here, I can actually see one of these blades of grass has just this on it, and I can see blades of grass with no brown in them at all because they're using one of these. Now to illustrate this point, I'm going to export this UV snapshot. So projects grass tutorial, and I'll just call this grass UV PNG. I think I'll save this as a PNG, it doesn't really matter. There we go. And I'm going to go into Photoshop and open up this PNG. Okay, so I'm just opening up my PNG here, and if I add another layer and make it black, you'll see the UV layout. Now you can see each one here has its own grid, so if I quickly just fill these up with solid colors, and then we'll put this back into Maya as a texture, you'll be able to see better what I'm talking about. Okay, let's just make sure I've got those in the right place. Okay, I think that's about it, and I'll just add a new layer here to start filling solid colors into these. So I'm just going to pick colors at random here. As you can see, nothing fancy, just going with a different color for each one. Just to illustrate, when we get this back into Maya, what has actually happened to these grass UVs and how these tiles work. And there are slightly quicker ways to do this, but I did actually want to do it with a texture. I think it illustrates the point rather nicely. So almost there. Okay, sorry about this. I'm sure it's not the most interesting work you've ever seen in Photoshop, but we are there now. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save this as a texture. And I'm going to call this grass UV color. Right, back into Maya. Now we've got our UVs for this grass laid out. If I'd have put this color block on, each blade of grass would have been a combination of all these colors. So you would have had one strand being multicolored. Now, if I show you, go to material attributes, grass rough, and under the color, let's just load in this new grass UV color. Okay, and as you can see, each blade of grass has been assigned a specific color. So with these 9 tiles, we can now load in 9 separate grass textures, and they'll be assigned each one to one of these tiles. So that means we can create 9 different textures for this grass instead of just the one that we've been using up until now. So at the moment we've been using just this one texture. Okay, now we'll be able to use 9. So we'll be able to do this for each individual one of these should we want to. So this will give us a huge deal of variation in this grass. Okay, every blade won't be a different color, but enough will be different colors to make it look entirely random, I would say, a lot more realistic. You could have some grass with, yellowing tips, some that was all green, some with larger yellowing tips. And in fact, that's exactly what we're going to do. I will see you in a few minutes in the next part. Well, we're going to go into Photoshop. We're going to take some quick images that I just snapped of grass. We're going to lay them out into a 9x9 tile and then get a better looking, more realistic grass result for you guys. Okay, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Okay, welcome back. In the last part we left off here with our tidier unsquare grass. Also we laid out the UVs with the script that we found here, djx.com.au. I say, just install this into your scripts directory and either run it from the custom shelf with a button or run it directly from the script editor. Doesn't really matter, whichever you find convenient. And this has allowed us to get a UV layout that looks like this, 9x9 tiles. So this gives us much more flexibility over how we go about texturing this grass. So what I'm going to do is, since I've got this UV layout now in Photoshop with these hideously bright colors on it, I am going to take some of the grass that I took pictures of and just really turn them into textures. So I'm going to start, say, with this one here, and I'm just going to rotate this up 90. I'm going to cut a bit that I like for a texture. So let's say this, I don't have to be too accurate, and I'm going to drag this onto my UV tile map here. Then I'm going to press Ctrl T and just transform it to a sort of size that I like. And obviously if I put a little bit of brown in this one, that stalk of grass represented by this square will have a little bit of brown on it. So I can then just go ahead and tidy this up. Okay, and I can just keep taking textures from my blades of grass to make up my 9 UV set. And again, the more time and effort you put into this, the better your results will be. I just actually want to get this as quick as possible so you're not looking at me for too long in Photoshop. I just wanted to walk you through the process of how I did it. So I'm just going to continue to select these various different grass images that I took. And generally there are texture libraries online that will have very good grass shots in them, but with something like this I tend to prefer to make my own. It's not that difficult, and honestly I shot most of these, all of these images in fact, on my old Nokia phone camera, and for this it was good enough. So you don't need any sort of great equipment to do this sort of texturing. And there we go. So let's get one that maybe has a little more brown on it. And again, this is going to depend on how you want your grass to look. If you want it to look all fresh and shiny new, then obviously you would leave out all these brown bits, but I want variation. I want most of it green, but I want some of it to have some browning at the tip. So let me just grab this one. This one's great. For getting a little bit of tip brownness in there. And actually that's too small, so let's see what else we've got. This is nice. Okay, let's just grab one of these like so, move it up here. And you can of course always come back and change this at a later date. Okay, and I'm going to use, I really quite like this texture here, this one, so I'm going to repeat it. I'm just going to Control C and Control V. Actually, let me just get that back into place. And Control C, Control V. So I've got two that are similar. You might not need to use all 9 if you find one you like. I'd like this one repeated more than once, so, and let's continue to go through here, grabbing textures for ourselves. Okay, and one more should be the charm, so let's see if there's any one I particularly like. And I think this is a slightly lighter green than the others, so let's move this up here. And there we go. Okay, I actually need one more, so I think I might put one more with a slight browning. Let's see. Let's see here. And this basically is now my 9x9 UV tile, and we'll see what this looks like on our grass. Let's just save this as, and we'll call this grass color, and let's call it a 3x3. Okay, and let's go pop that on our grass. So here it is as it stands. Let's get in there a bit so we can see. And let's just edit our material. Change to our 3x3 tile. Okay, I might have to reload that texture. And there we go. So you can see I've got some stalks with that obvious stripe up the side here. I've got some with yellowing at the tip, some with no yellowing at the tip, but there you go. and I've got various different colours. If I take a look at the UVs, you can see here the tile and how it's relating to each of these stalks. So if I bring back the rest of my grass, so just select the objects that were hidden and press Shift H to bring back the grass, you can see all of these do not have the correct UV layout. Let's have a look. So let's just edit UVs, UV texture editor. This one still has just one, so it's all mix and match, if you can see that. It's got one here, then it goes to a different texture there. We need to execute our script again. 3x3 layout, and you might have seen it update there in the viewport, and I need to just go through, not the bottom one because we've not actually textured that properly yet, just this one as well, and you can see that the UVs on this one are obviously not correct. If I hit layout UVs, and now all of these grass stalks are using that 3x3 grid. So I'm just going to pause for a second and do some renders from various different light angles so you can get a look at what we like now, what it looks like now. It has much more variety in it. Okay, and there we go. You can see some variety in this grass. There's slightly lighter shades here. There's some with some browning at the tip. There's some that's all green. And it is quite subtle. If you look at our texture map, it is quite samey. But then you would expect grass to be quite similar, not identical, but quite similar. Now, obviously, if you were to turn one of these bright orange, you'd have a few bright orange stalks of grass sticking up here. So if that's the effect you're looking for, you can go ahead and do that. But we're looking for something quite subtle, and evaluating a clump of grass when it's just a clump of grass on its own is actually quite difficult. So what I'd like to do to round this part up, I'd just like to texture the bottom of this here, and I'm going to use a 2x2 grid for that because I don't need quite as much variation as I did on the top. So let's get down to that. Let's just take a look at this material attribute. Okay, and we know that I don't want this quite as reflective as this. This is supposed to be sort of dead kind of matte grass, so I'm going to put this at 0.5 and this at 0.2. I'm then going to go down and hit untick skip reflections, thin walled. This I'm going to drop down to 0.1 and 0.5. I'm going to hit use translucency with a weight of 1, and then we need to go in and take a look at the texture and the hypershade. So window, hypershade. Okay, so let's graph this, and let's call this, actually let's call the shader, alright, dead grass. Okay, so now we've got this translucency color we know we need to get from this gamma corrected file, so let's go ahead and do that. So once again we're going to need, under utilities, a multiply and divide node. This is exactly the same as we did for the other shader, so just scroll down until you see multiply divide, which, there we go, I seem to have gone blind. So drag this into input 1, drag input 1 from here up to, what are we looking for, the translucency color, so just middle mouse drag up to translucency color. If we do this, we can see that's going from the gamma correction into the translucency color. Because we have our transparency, which I forgot to set, I think, let's have a look. Yep, our transparency should be at 0.25. We know this to make 1 needs to be a multiplication of 4. Okay, so that's the basic shader for our dead grass, and let's take a snapshot of this and just re-render to see what our dead grass now looks like. Okay, so as you can see, that's lightened up a bit. It's looking a bit more lifelike and realistic. It's not got these dark brown, black almost patches on it. It just looks a lot better, but it still only has that one texture on it. So as I said, with these we did a 3x3 UV, which gave us 9 tiles, of course. With this, I don't need to go quite so far, so I'm just going to use my Paint Effects UV script, and I'm going to lay out a 2x2 grid. So lay out UVs. Okay, now we're going to go back to the UV texture editor and export those UVs, and there you can see I've got 4 tiles, and if I click the texture on, you can see this is no good. We need 4 individual ones now. So let's UV snapshot, and I'll call this dead grass UV and PNG. Use any format you want. I just tend to default to PNG for this sort of thing. Okay, so let's open it up, and it'll be in images, and there's our dead grass UV map. So let's just put a black bottom on this. Okay, and then we can quite clearly see our 4 UV tiles. Now there was something else with our dead grass. Let's pop open our render view. There's no green on it at all, and even though it's dying sort of grass, you'd expect some green towards the bottom. So let's lay that out in Photoshop quickly. So let's find some grass here with an obvious dead spot on it. Okay, this one should be fine. So let's grab the texture off here. And once again, we're just going to lay out these textures in a grid. Okay, and I'll just introduce the ruler lines here to make life a little easier. Okay, and obviously I might go back later and shoot some higher resolution photographs. These are, as you can see, quite grainy, just off the old telephone cam. So please feel free to do a better job than I have done with these. But it should at least get us in the ballpark. So let's transform this. Control T, but I imagine everyone here has used Photoshop enough to already know this. And I think I'll just repeat this one twice, just for the sake of expediency here. So just copy and paste it, Control C and V. And there we go, there's our 4x4 tile. Let's save that out. So you can see why that UV script for paint effects, or indeed for anything, just works very well with paint effects. Does its job so well. It gives us this option we wouldn't normally have. So let's put that in there and just call that dead grass color. Okay, back into Maya, and we'll save this render of our dead grass. We shall go into the material attributes for this and swap out that texture. Okay, dead grass, color. There we go. There's our 4x4 tile, and if I zoom into our dead grass, you can actually see that some of it is all brown now, some of it's slightly green. Okay, so we've got more realistic, I would think, dead grass. Maybe we have slightly too much green on there. Let's go back to our original camera position, just so our render looks the same, and I believe it was about there. So let's kidnap this one and take a quick render of this one. Okay, there's our dead grass at the bottom. As you can see, it's got a lot more variation on it. It did, but it's still quite brown looking, which is what we wanted. Still, it has some green, which you would expect. So I think overall we've got some very nice variation in color and texture, and we've simply done a 9x9 UV layout on the top, sorry, a 3x3 giving us 9, and a 2x2 on the bottom. Now if you wanted to, you could always, if you wanted more variation than this, you can always use this UV script to lay out a 4x4 giving you 16. I rarely go that high unless I'm going to be, you know, truly in front of the camera like so. And before we go, I'll just do one close-up shot for you so you can get a better look at the variation. And I've said it before, it's quite difficult to evaluate grass when it's just this one tiny patch. In order for us to see what this truly looks like, we'd need to zoom out a bit and put it across a larger area, and that's what we'll get into on the next part. But I will leave you with this render, and we will come back and take a look at placement. So how to get this in a scene, on a hill, in a field, you know. Okay, so before we end, I just wanted to do a close-up shot. You can see the variety we're getting in this grass at this distance, so, you know, right in close like this. The textures that we've actually used in Photoshop, this is only a 1K image map, so it's actually only this big. This is its actual size, so it's not very big at all, especially since we've got 9 individual textures on this. So I'll probably go back and refit that on a 2K texture, just so when we zoom right in like this, we get a bit more definition on our textures. If you're going to take a shot at this distance as well, you're also going to need some bump map and possibly a reflectivity map, which we will cover. In the next part, however, as I said, it's very difficult to evaluate this grass, because here the sample density looks okay. Maybe it's a little low on some of the medium grass, but you know, here it looks fine. So in order to properly evaluate this, whether this will be good in our final scene, we need to come along and actually create a larger area of it. So we'll cover that in the next part. We'll take this plane that we have here and fill it up with grass and do some shots from a distance, retweak our textures and sample densities based on how this looks over a larger area. So I hope you found some of this useful, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we got a lot of the texturing for our grass done. We looked at creating UV tile maps or a UV map to allow us to tile different textures, so we could get this variation in our grass and the dead grass here on the bottom. And we also said that rendering one of these in sort of isolation, it becomes difficult to tell what it's going to look like spread over a large area. So before we go any further with our texturing and tweaking for this grass, let's have a look at what this will look like if we spread it over an area of, say, 10 by 10 square meters. Okay, which is a pretty small area for grass. But you know, we'll try this and then we'll increase the range and look at it from some different angles to see what we need to do. Okay, just turn the grid off because it's getting in the way. And one way we could get this out is to copy it and paste it. Now this is going to leave you with a lot of geometry, and not only that, it's going to take a lot of RAM, especially if our final scene I think is 125 by 125 square meters. Then you can imagine having thousands of copies of this grass is not terribly practical, and it's going to eat up a lot of RAM. Now you can do what's called a duplicate special, and you can create an instance instead of a copy. This will be one object that shares the same shape node, so it doesn't actually use up any more RAM. And let me show you what I'm talking about. I'll just go to polygons, create this polygon box here. Okay, and if I duplicate this box, so let's just go to duplicate. you can see I have two boxes, and underneath them you'll see the shape nodes polycube 1, polycube 2, and you must have display shapes on in order to see that. So if one of these boxes uses up a few K of RAM, two of them use up twice as much, and three of them, and four of them, and five of them, and when you get to thousands of them, you're actually using up quite a bit of RAM. So instead of doing it that way, you could decide to take this box or your grass and do an instance copy. So duplicate special, and instead of copy, we want instance, duplicate special. Now I have what looks like two separate boxes. Indeed, I can move them separately, but if you look at their shape nodes, polycube 1 and polycube 2 both share the polycube 1 shape node, so this only takes up one amount of RAM instead of two. So this becomes important when you have tens of thousands possibly of these duplicated over a scene. You wouldn't want each one to take up an amount of RAM. So if I can demonstrate this more clearly why this is just one object. If I go into its vertex and grab this one and move it, you'll see that one also moves. So all this looks like two objects, and I can place it like two objects. Updating one will actually update the other because they share the same shape node. So I could just get rid of these. There we go. I could come in here, grab my grass group and hit edit, duplicate special, make sure I'm an instance, and duplicate an instance of it. Now that's only going to take up the same amount of RAM, and then I could come in and place that, sort of rotate it around, scale it, do whatever I wanted with it really. And there you can see now I have both patches of grass together, and I could continue to do this until I covered the scene. However, that's a very time consuming process, especially if the scene is not flat. If the scene is hilled and rugged, you're going to end up rotating grass and moving it into place all day long, and that's fine if you've got what I'd call hero grass. So if you've got some grass right next to the camera and you want to tweak it positionally, then it's fine to do an instance copy, move it over and just get it exactly where you want it. But for covering a large area, I prefer to do this with instances connected to particles. Then I can emit the particles in the scene, and wherever a particle is born, I can have an instance copy of this geometry. Okay, so we need to do a couple of tweaks to our geo to get it ready for instancing. So if I bring back the grid and hide this ground plane for now, before I instance this, it needs to be in the center of the scene. So I'm going to take my grass high res, and first thing I'm going to do is start centering pivots. So I'm going to center the pivot on this. I'm going to center the pivot of each of the groups. If we don't do this, our grass will be born as an instance to a particle in some weird and wonderful places. So again, just make sure all the pivots are centered. The instancer can be a little fiddly, shall we say. So now I've got all these in the center. I also need to move my grass bundle into the center of the grid. So 0, 0, 0 world coordinates. Now I'm just going to click snap to grid up here, and I'm just going to snap it to the grid, and that will snap everything, obviously all the pivot points in the right place. We also want this pivot point, as opposed to floating up here in space, we want it on the floor. So let's go grab the grid, hit insert to move just the pivot, and move that down. Because we're still on snap to grid, it will just snap straight to the grid. So let's just get the pivot points in the right place. Okay, now all of our pivot points are snapped to the center of the grid, and that's just one of the things you have to do to keep the instancer happy. So I'm going to hit insert again, okay, and now I can move, obviously. I can, okay, for some reason my, I'm on snap to grid still. Okay, yeah, now I can just freely move this around should I want to, but I do not, because I need it at the origin. So that's our objects prepared to be instanced. Now we need to give birth to them, in a manner of speaking. So let's just show our plane here, and for some reason it's not showing up, so rather than find out why, I'll just make another one. Okay, so we now need particles to come off this plane, and where each particle is born we need a clump of grass to appear. So first off, let's create some particles. Now you can use N particles for this, or traditional Maya particles. I'm going to go with a simpler particle system, purely because the N particles will have gravity on them. They will, have a lot of things that we just don't need. So if you want to, use N particles. Doesn't matter. So I'm going to hit N particle, emit from objects, and I'm going to open up the option box, and I'm just going to reset this to what it would be. Now its default is omni emission, which will emit from all over this surface. We don't want that. We want it to just emit from the actual surface of the object. We also don't want any speed. When the particles are born, we want them to stay where they are. If they have speed, they'll be born on the surface and then float up into the air, and all of a sudden you'll have grass up in the stratosphere here, which is probably not the effect we're going for. So let's just give this emitter a name, and let's call this high res grass. Okay, and let's create that emitter. Now if I've given myself 200 frames down here on the timeline. That should be enough. Let's go to 250. Okay, so I'll hit rewind and play, and you should see some particles. In fact, it's probably easier if I turn this onto wireframe. Okay, that's just refusing to go into wireframe for some reason. There we go. And you can see these purple dots here are where our particles are being born. So we need a way to tell Maya that each one of these particles should give birth to one of these clumps of grass. And that's quite an easy way for us to just position grass all over this plane. So now we've got the particles born and we've got all the geometry in the right place. Select particle 1 and just hit particle instancer geometry replacement. Now we're going to open up its options box. I am going to call this instanced high res grass. Okay, and under instance objects it currently says particle 1. You can leave that for now, we'll be changing it in a second. And in fact just accept the defaults, so just create that particle instancer. Now you'll see what's happened here. Where each one of these particles is, they've all given birth to more particles, because particle is under the instancer. Just remove it. Okay. Select your high-res grass group in the outliner, control select your instancer and hit add selection. This will add your high-res grass group to the selection, and you can see here that we have now high-res grass all over this plane. Problem is that you'll see it's come in uncentered for some reason. So let's rewind and play. Okay, it's actually coming in off center, which means generally for the Maya instancer we have a pivot point here that is not correct. So what we'll need to do is select all of this and freeze its transformations. Okay, and now when we hit play, you should see that it's just coming in on the plane where the particles are born. Now, as I previously mentioned, this machine I am working on at the moment is not fantastic, so if I leave this level of detail at geometry, you can see that we have this beautiful grass all over the place. Now I am going to turn that in the instancer, so I'll just select the high-res grass instance for level of detail from geometry to bounded boxes. Okay, and that just speeds up my display. So let's just keep playing this until the plane fills up. That should be enough. And right now what I want to do is a quick test render and see what our grass looks like as a field of grass. Okay, I've popped open this render, stopped it halfway through because it looks truly terrible, and I have just noticed that somewhere along the line I've managed to delete the physical sun. So if you're following along with this step by step, you might have noticed that. Some of the more observant among you might have noticed it. So I'm just going to delete the whole physical sun and sky system, recreate it, and reset up my quality settings for the final gather. In fact, they've kept them where they are. So I just wanted to point that out in case you'd noticed that I'd actually made a idiot mistake. I'll just get this sun pointed in a reasonable light direction for us here, and I'll re-render and see you again in a sec. Sorry about that. Okay, so our render finished, and a couple of things should be immediately apparent. We've got some stonking great holes in it. This is not at all difficult to fix. We simply need to emit more particles to give birth to more instances. The more worrying thing is that all of this grass is orientated in the same direction. This is why it looks slightly unnatural, and this is easier for me to show you with bounded boxes. The third thing is, if you notice the render time here, it's shot up quite a lot. My anti-aliasing is quite high, and honestly the machine they have me working on at the moment Alan Turing would recognize, so yours will probably go quite a bit faster than this. We will look at tweaking render quality to get it out a bit faster. But the first thing is, because all of this was instanced off this one group here, when I rendered this out, even though we're up to, let's have a look, 9 million polys, Maya never used more than 1.2 gig of RAM. So if we had 9 million polys on a separate scene that weren't instanced, you know, you'd need a machine with 16 gig in it. Because we're using instance copies, it really keeps the amount of RAM down low. And this is important because this is just 10 by 10 meters. When we get up to 100 meters, if we weren't using this instance node to copy the grass, if we were rather just copy and pasting, you'd need an astronomical amount of RAM. So let's address first of all the problem with the fact that we've got holes in this. There just simply isn't enough particles emitted. If I look under particle 1 and look under its shape node, I can see we've only emitted 666 particles. To cover 10 by 10 meters, I'd probably emit 1,000, and this would get rid of the holes here. Okay, we'll look at different ways of controlling the emission rate via emission speed and limiting the number of particles that can be emitted. So we could use an emission speed. Let's have a look. Easier to just do it than talk about it. So if we look under our polyplane here, you'll see our high-res grass emitter. This is the thing that emits the particles, and we're emitting 100 particles per second. If we crank that up to 1,000,000 and then go to the particle and say, okay, we know we want around 1,000, 1,500 particles emitted, we'll just put this at let's just say 1,500. When we hit play now, that will emit all 1,500 particles in 1 or 2 frames, so we don't have to have this huge long timeline. So that will take care of the problem of these holes in the floor. Now a more worrying thing is, which as I say is easier to show you in these bounded boxes, but I have too many, so I'm going to go back up to the emitter and just scale the submission rate down to 10, simply so I can show you this. Okay, every time a particle is emitted, it's all emitted in the same direction. Okay, so we want a random rotation around Y, so these clumps of grass don't all come in facing exactly the same way and looking exactly the same, which is why all the grass appears to be going in exactly the same direction. So before we do anything else, let's quickly take care of that. And to do that, we're going to have to use a slight expression. So if I go down to my particle shape node here, you'll see I have these per particle attributes. Now I need a random rotation on Y, and there isn't one, so I'm going to create one. So I'm just going to come up here and give it a name. Random rotation Y. I'm going to make sure this is a vector, and a vector in Maya for this sort of data type is simply 3 floating point numbers. So I'm going to want to use X, Y and Z, so I'll use vector instead of float, and I want per particle array attributes. So I'm going to add that, and you'll see here I have a random rotation Y. Now an actual better way to do that, because this looks, you know, a bit higgledy-piggledy, if we just delete that, I'll add it again, but this time I'll call it random rotation Y, and again vector per particle array. What the capital letters will do was just space it out here. So now that's much easier to read, actually random rotation Y instead of something that's you know, a little more difficult to grasp. So creation expression, and I want to randomly rotate this around 360 degrees on the Y axis. So now I'm just going to copy and paste this. Okay, equals, and because I'm using a vector I need 3 numbers, so the first one, the X, will be 0. The rotation on Y should be random, so rand 360, random in 360, and obviously I'm going to need Z in 0 as well. So hit create, and that creates your expression there, and this time when we play you'll see these are still coming in straight on, because even though we told this Y to be random, we haven't told the instancer. So under instancer geometry replacement, under the particle shape, which is obviously different than this instancer here. So make sure you're under the particle shape, find the instancer, drop down, and under rotation tell it to use the random rotation Y that you just created. Okay, and that's still having a bit of a fit. Okay, random Y, and there we go. Sorry about that, I obviously hit the wrong key. So there you go, now you can see all of these grass boxes are coming in a different orientation. So in order to show you how that differs from our original render here, I'm just going to go ahead and take a quick render. So rewind this, go to your particle, and let's make sure that we get our max count of 1500. Then go to the emitter, which you'll find under the plane, and make sure that we're emitting faster than this. So let's go there. So I'm just going to hit play, and there you go. You can see instantly we got 1500 particles emitted. If I look under particle count, total of 1500. Okay, so let's get this in line for a render. Okay, I'll just take one from, say, about here. Should be good enough. All you need to remember is that when you're doing this and you want this random rotation, I'm just going to run through this again because I did actually make a mistake. You need to make sure the rotation type is set to your custom random rotation. You need to make sure that your random rotation dynamic attribute is set to vector and not float. And then it's quite a simple creation expression. It's just particle shape random rotation equals 0 in X, random 360 in Y and 0 in Z. Okay, and remember to hit create to do that, and then you'll get this situation where it all comes in different orientations around Y. So I'm just going to hit render now, and we'll see how it differs from this one. Okay, welcome back. You can see that by emitting 15,000 particles instead of 600 odd, we've covered up all of these holes. Our grass also now has a less uniform look to it because of the random rotation on these particles. Now, we're going to run into a few more pitfalls, and looking at these renders, it seems quite obvious that we could go into Photoshop and take our tiled textures here and exaggerate them a little bit, simply so we get a better variation on this. But I'm quite happy with this so far. So in the next part we're going to come back and look at controlling emission, because emitting along a large plane area is fine, but if we wanted to create a path through this or a patch with no grass in, then this way is not optimal. So we're going to come back and look at how to selectively place grass. Also, we're going to look at the fact that all of this grass is quite looking the same, so it'd be nice to get some more variety in here, and also towards the back of the camera use a lower resolution grass. This will speed up our rendering a bit. So I hope to see you in the next part, and I hope you found that of interest. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we left off with our grass completely covering our plane here, also with some random rotation around the y-axis to make it not quite so uniform. Now, before we go any further into this part and talk about selective placement, I did a few test renders before I started this part, and I noticed that I think my grass here is a little thin, and maybe this is a little too high, so I just want to tweak that before we start anything else. So I can go into my high grass, and this will be the tallest of it. So if I zoom in here, I can go under the carpet grass tab, and remember, twist, mesh and tubes. Tubes will be the main section we're in. So I go to tubes and creation, and here you'll find the tube width. So I just want to make this tall grass a bit wider. So that's getting a little bit shorter, but that's okay. It's also getting a little bit wider at the tip and all the way along the top. Okay, so let's get a better angle so we can see. And if I exaggerate that, you'll see there. That's what that's doing. So I'm going to go for a better width. And this comes to a perfect point at the tip, which I'm not quite so happy with, so I'm just going to fatten that out a bit. Okay, and now we're not at quite such a perfect tip. That might be a little too blunt. Okay, and I'm just going to go ahead and widen up some of these other strokes. So this is our bottom stroke, stroke 2. If we look under here, no need to alter that one. This would be this small grass down here, which I'm actually going to leave alone as I think it's fine. And our second tallest grass, our 4th stroke, will come in here and just change the width on this a little bit. Actually, I just want one of these here, and then let's bring that to a sort of semi point, and once again I'm just going to make it a bit fatter, and also I might make it a bit taller. It's a little bit too outwards at the moment, so I'm just going to change its elevation min and max and stand it up a bit straighter. Which I might actually do with this as well. This is pretty straight already, but let's just straighten it up a little bit more. Okay, and that just neatens us up a little bit, makes us a little bit wider. Now you probably noticed that our texture is not looking correct. It's obviously gone wrong, and if I look at the UVs, you can see our 9x9 grid has actually disappeared. This happens sometimes when you open the scene, so I'd actually saved this in between parts and reopened it. I'm going to show you a way around that when we come to develop our main scene, but for now we'll just put the UV map back on. It takes but a second. So I'm just going to select my tallest grass here, and it's important not to select the group, you have to select the actual mesh itself. So when we've done that, we can go back to our custom shelf and hit 3x3 grid, and you might have seen the texture update, but now the textures are correct. Okay, and if I take a look at the UV map, you can see we've gone back to this 9 grid. Now for our second largest grass, this we did a 2x2 grid, if you'll remember. So let's put the 2x2 grid on that, and you see that update in the display there. For this third short grass, I'm actually going to do a 2x2 grid and assign this dead grass shader to it just to give us a little bit more brown. So let's do another 2x2 and change its material to dead grass. You can see that's got a little bit more brown down there. Now this will depend on your scene, of course. Right, and for this one, again, it's just 3x3. Okay, so that's all updated, and it's important to note that if you change the paint effect, so for instance, if I go in here and change the paint effect that this is connected to, so I just give it a little bit less width, you'll see immediately the texture change. So it's important to take note that every time you do tweak the paint effect that the mesh is connected to, you'll need to reapply your UV. Okay, as I said, we'll look at ways of getting around this later on, but for right now, just need to make sure that we've tidied up our grass, we've made it a little wider at the base, maybe I'll make it wider still, which we'll see after some more renders, and we've straightened it up a little bit. Okay, so we already learned how to do this. If I just hit play, you'll see we've immediately got our grass over a large surface. So we know how to assign this grass mesh group to a particle and have that emit into a flat plane. The problem is that, say we wanted a garden path or a park with a path in it. At the moment, if we hit play, we're just going to get these instances appear everywhere. So what we need is some way to tell Maya where to put the instances and where not to. Now, I'm going to use an emission map for this. I'm just going to assign a new material to this floor plane. Anyone will do, Lambert is fine, and you'll see why in a sec. So I want to put a path in this scene. Now, there is a very easy way to do this, and it's a tool that's not used quite so often. If you go to rendering, you'll see under texturing you have a 3D paint tool. Just pop open its options box, and the first thing you need to do is assign a texture to this. And what I actually forgot to do there was make sure I selected the plane that I want to paint on, and then go 3D paint tool. So first thing, I need to put a texture on this so I can paint on it, because you'll see at the moment my brush has just come in with a big X on it. So assign edit texture. Okay, it'll ask me what size I want it, so I'm going to go 2K. Okay, and I'm going to save that out just as a TIFF. So I'm going to assign the texture, and you'll see not a lot changed. It went a slightly lighter shade of grey, but you'll see my brush now no longer has an X on it. So when you create one of these emission maps, anything that's white, so let's flood the whole thing with white, anything that's white will emit particles, anything that's black will not. You can of course inverse this and do it the other way around, but traditionally white, it's going to emit particles, black is not. So let's say we wanted to create sort of a twisty path going up here. Make sure our color of our brush is on black, And also the scale is important, because if we put a 20 centimeter path through the middle of here, it's going to look slightly unusual. So I'm going to just change my brush size here, so press and hold B, and I want my path to be about 1.5 meters across. So if I go somewhere around here maybe, and we can tweak this in Photoshop later on, but for right now let's just go and paint a path. Okay, so we've got this image now on this plane, and we've painted this sort of twisted path the way through it. Now we need to go and tell Maya to not emit particles into this black space, and by not emitting particles into the black space we'll obviously avoid the issue of having, you know, to go and manually place a lot of grass. So, and I think my path there is actually a little bit wide. If I look at the grid, this is 1 meter, 2 meter. Yep, so I'm going to Control Z that, and I'm going to just make this a little smaller, and once again just draw a path. And the nice thing about doing it this way is, depending on which camera angle you decided to shoot your final scene from, if I decide that it would be nice now if there was another path going this way, I can actually just draw that in. Okay, so let's do this sort of two-pronged pathway. Now, I need, again, as I said, to tell Maya not to emit into this. So if I look under my particle shape here, and under the attribute editor, particle shape, if I first of all change the max count, because when I was emitting 1500 instances I think that was a bit too many, so I'm going to try again with 900. So I just wanted to change that first, and if you look under the emitter, okay, you can see, if you continue to scroll down, you have something called texture rate. So I'm going to hit enable texture rate, and you'll notice there's an emit from dark. This would be to tell Maya to emit from here, not from here. As I said, it's very easy to invert it, but white traditionally is where particles would be emitted from. And shades of grey, of course, so if you have a half grey, half as many particles will be emitted from there as they are into the black, and we'll cover that in a little while. So I'm going to use my current UV set, that's just fine, and now I'm going to need to give this a picture. The problem is that this picture hasn't yet been saved, so if I go into the tool settings for the 3D paint tool, I can come down here and hit save texture, and that saved that into my source images directory under 3D paint textures, the name of my current working file, which is part 7, and let's just save that as polyplane shape 1 color.tiff. Okay, so now back to the emitter, again back to the attribute editor, and under texture rate I just now need to load that texture in as a file. So 3D paint textures part 7 color 1, and there we go. Open that up, and you can see on the ground that we still have this on here. This is no longer necessary. I could change this texture, but I'm going to leave it for a sec. So I've got under my emitter this 3D texture rate. It's enabled. If you just load an image in here and you don't tick enable, it won't actually work, and I'm emitting from the light part of the image. So let's just hit play now. Okay, and you can immediately see that my particles have been emitted in the right place. Obviously I've got a little overlap. Okay, and if I take a render of this now, you'll see that we have this pathway defined. Okay, welcome back. You can see here our emission map on the floor, which I've left as a texture as well, and you can see our particles are basically following this. We've got a couple of strays here that can normally be sorted out by hitting rewind and play. If not, it could be something on your emission map itself, because this looks perfectly black and white, but we can see there is some gradation towards the center there. So this paint sculpt 3D paint tool, sorry, is perfect for laying this out in rough, you know, because you can actually get it with the camera angle and say, okay, another path off here. So it's actually fantastic for doing this. But we're going to open this up in Photoshop now, so we can take a look at it. We can do this a little bit more precisely and hopefully get a better particle distribution than the one we have here. Okay, so I'm just going to open that up in Photoshop, and here it is, and this is in my source images directory of my project, so just source images, and they'll all be stored under 3D paint textures part 7, because that's the file name that I've saved. And here we can see I've got a path. Now you can see these gradiated edges around it, so one thing that we could do is quite simply get this off a background layer, use the magic wand tool to select it, go up to select and just grow this selection, so expand this selection, let's say by 20 pixels, and fill this in with a solid black. Okay, so I'm going to make sure my tolerance is 255, and now I've got a solid black. Another thing we can do is these emission maps don't simply follow black and white, they follow all shades of grey. So if I put a half grey in around here, it will mean that only half as many particles are emitted close to our path as they would be on this solid white area. So if I just go in and select a mid-tone grey, slightly dark grey, and then grab a paintbrush and just sort of paint round the edge of my path here. I'm not going to be too accurate. I just want to show you that you can come in and edit these emission maps by hand in Photoshop. And what this grey will do is it will emit no particles into this solid black, and it will emit about half as many into a mid grey. So now I'll have less grass emitted around the edge of my path. And if I just go in and save this emission map, okay, so I'll save it as the same one. Right, and back to Maya. If I just refresh my textures, so I'll click this, go up to polyplane, Lambert 2, okay, and I refresh the texture. You can also go in here and hit reload, and I'll need to do the same for my emitter. So this looks fine, but I'll just select it again because sometimes Maya has a hard time with that. Okay, and now if I rewind and play, you can see that I have less boxes emitted around here than I do over here, and I have nothing emitted directly onto the path itself. Now, because particles will still be emitted here and the pivot point is in the middle, you still will get some overlap, so it's generally a good idea to make your path a little wider than you actually want it. So I'm going to now just whip up a quick texture we can use on this path. So if I come into Photoshop, and again, the other nice thing about being able to draw directly with the 3D paint tool is I now have a guide for placing my texture. So I snapped this the other day. It's just a bit of ground that I was walking across, and I'm just going to tweak this to make it a little darker. So I'm going to go up to its levels and adjust those. I'm going to make that quite a bit darker. Let's just look here and up the vibrance a little bit to get some more color back into this map. There we go. Now I do also have within this a few bright hotspots, so I'm going to just take this brush, stick it on darken, lower the size a tad, that's about right, lower the hardness and lower the opacity, and then I can take any of these bright spots that might get in the way and just sort of knock the edge off them. The opacity at 1% is not going to do any good, is it? Yeah, this is a real rough, real quick texture. I just don't want any bright white spots on it. And obviously, once again, you might want to spend some time on this, eliminating these. or feel free to go and take a picture of ground that more fits with your scene. This is just a quick rough sort of job here. And I'll include all these textures obviously with the tutorial, so you can have your own go at this, but really I just went out with the camera and just took a few snaps in the park outside, so you should be able to make your own fairly easily. Okay, and I don't want to spend too much time on this. I'm sure you'll spend a bit more time getting it to your needs, and I'm just going to drag this out and plop it on here. Okay, and I'll transform it so it's 10 smaller, and then I'm just going to follow it along with this path. So I'll just continue to duplicate it and grab it along with the path. And I'm just hitting Control T for transform. Okay, that about covers that part of the path. And let's do this one. Okay, so that's a very basic path texture. Now I can obviously go here. Let's just get rid of these for a second. I can obviously go here, use the magic wand tool, make it a little larger, and let's just grow that a bit. 10 pixels should do it. Okay, and now when I come to these, I can just simply do a select inverse and hit delete. And that's left me with my pathway texture. Now you might want to zoom in a bit and go in with some blending techniques here. So let's start with this one up here. Okay, where is this one? And okay, so you can sort of blend this in however you want to do it. I'm not going to waste too much time on it at the moment, simply because I don't want you guys to sit here and watch me blend in Photoshop, but the procedure is quite common. So that'll be good enough for our illustrative purposes. Okay, now I'm also going to want to use some sort of fill colour for the ground. I'm not going to go to the trouble of texturing it just yet. So let's merge all these into one. So layer, of course, merge visible. Okay, and I'm going to add a new layer, so I can just pop a background fill in here, and I'm going to use a sort of brown. Okay, and that will do us for a very, very quick rough path texture, just so we can have a look. And I'm going to save that as path tith. Okay, now when I come back into Maya and pop here on the floor my path, there we go. You can see in my viewport that I have my path on the floor here. Needs blending in, of course, but okay. And you can also see that my particle instances are just coming up to the edge of my path. So let us make sure we gamma correct this texture. So because once again we're working with that lens shader on the camera, all textures will need to be gamma corrected. And Lambert 2, I'm just going to call this path. path temporary, and graph that. So there's the file node, break the connection with the shader itself, up to utilities, gamma correct, middle mouse drag value, whoops, wrong one, middle mouse drag value, middle mouse drag color, and just remove the gamma correction. Okay, so if we look in the viewport now, we'll see it's incredibly dark, but that's fine. And let's do a render of our new pathway. So let's click to save that one and just hit render for this one. Okay, welcome back. So our render is finished, and you can clearly see that we've cut out our path here. You can see our path texture on the floor. It's going to need quite a bit of work, but you can also see, because of the size of our grassed instances, it's a bit messy. You know, we've got these big jutty out bits, and also I would expect their grass to be a bit smaller in height by the edge of a path where people have trodden across it, walked across it. So when we come back in the next part, we'll look at more precise placement methods. We'll look at creating some edging grass for this, so we get a nicer line in it. We'll also start to think about things like some more random heights for the grass we've already got, because this is extremely uniform. So we got a lot of ground to cover still yet. So I hope to see you for the next part, and thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we left off here, and we said we were going to talk about maybe shortening up our grass a little bit, putting in some edging grass here, and I think I'll make the path a little wider. So I did do a few bits and bobs in the interim, and I just want to show you what I did. It's quite simple. So if you look, first of all, I've just widened up the path image we were using, changed the texture slightly. You can still see it needs quite a bit of work. And also I widened up our transmission map. So this is the map we were using to actually emit particles from. So if I go back into Maya, and I've left the old map on, you can see, if we look straight down at this thing, you can see our path is actually quite narrow. So if I go in here and load in my new emission map, you can see the old one there. I'll just pop the new one in. So as you can see, all I've done is actually just make it a little bit wider. So let's open that, and you see that. So nothing spectacular there. Now if I rewind and play, you'll see that's just made our path just that little bit wider. We also now have this problem where, although we're getting particles emitted into this scene, it would be nice if we could have a straighter edge. If we look at our render, you can see our edge is quite, not that clearly defined. So in order to do this, I'm going to create a secondary particle system with a secondary emission map. So if we look here, we have, when we originally did our grass, we made two versions of it. This one that we're using now, and if I press Shift H to unhide the second one, and this one that we made as a sort of secondary backup for more variety. So let's take this secondary backup that we made now and just tweak it so we can make this grass that goes along the edge of the path. Now that'll be under this high-res grass 2 strokes. So I'm going to edit the first stroke, which is the tallest one, and I'm just going to make that quite a bit shorter. So I'm going to go all the way down to 0.2 on that. This one is the dead grass underneath, so I'm going to leave it alone. This one is the shortest grass, so I'm going to put that all the way down to 0.707, sorry. Okay, and let's see what we still have sticking up here. Okay, this is at 0.4, let's just lower that to 0.2. And all I'm really doing here is generally lowering this grass a bit, because this grass was originally designed to be a sort of wild field grass, And when you come to a scene where you've got a park, or what looks like a path in a park, we'd expect some shorter grass. So let's just grab this stroke and make this one a bit bigger. So let's say 2.5. 2.5, so we have some that sticks up a bit. Okay, and now of course, if we're happy with the density of this, which I am, we can now go into the foreview, and let's take a look at the top view here. And I'm just going to rewind to get rid of these particles. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same as I did last time and just cut this into a smaller, more organic shape as opposed to this big square we've got going on at the moment. So select some blades of grass and hit base mode. Use the triangle and we'll cut some out in a rough sort of circle. Don't have to be too precise. Okay, and now I've got these selected. I want to select the inverse, so I'm just going to hold Shift Select and do that. I'm going to press Shift and the right angle bracket, and you can see here that I've got some blades of grass that weren't fully selected, so obviously this will just make sure that I don't have any half bits of grass left behind, which would not be good. So I'm going to hit delete. Okay, then I'm going to just select another one, select its base mode, and once again just do a basic lasso around here. Okay, I'm going to select the inverse. Okay, that's not being happy. Let's try that again. Let's get a different one. It's having a little fit there. So face mode. Nope. Ah. Hang on a second. Okay, sorry about this, just having a little problem with my selection here. Okay, and then Shift Select to select the inverse. And once again, Maya's causing me some problems, excuse me. Okay, there we go, sorry about that. And Shift Select to select the inverse, and just Shift right angle bracket to make sure we don't have any small patches left behind. Let's try this, base, okay. And Shift Select. And now we just have this one small patch left, so let's just take care of that. Okay, and now if we disappear into our perspective view, you'll see that we've got this small, rather neat patch of grass. And you can also see if I grab it and just grab its group and push it over here, you can see it's a fair bit shorter than our longer grass here. So again, because we're going to use this to instance onto, and I'll just... The reason I'm seeing black texture in the viewport is because our ground texture just needs to be plopped onto the UV here. Okay, so we've got now this shorter grass, and we need to use this as path edge grass. So the first thing we need to do is to center all the pivot points of it. So let's just select these one at a time and center pivot, and then I'm just going to use the G to repeat the last command. Okay, and I'm going to make sure the pivots for the groups and the geometry itself are all centered. What I need to do now, of course, is center the whole thing to the 0, 0, 0 world space coordinate. So I'm going to control hide this, and I'm just going to snap this to the grid, and once again I'm going to move it into the center. I'm going to hide our other mesh group, so just control H so I can get a better view of what I'm working at. And now I'm going to just once again hit insert to make sure I'm just moving the pivot, and I'm going to move the pivot down to the base of this. So let's just do that for everything. Oops. Okay, and this is simply so the instancer behaves itself. Sometimes if your pivot points are in the wrong place, or if your starting geometry is not centered to 0, 0, 0 in the world space, then the instancer can give you some hassle. Okay, so that's us now created another bunch of grass, and you can see once you've done this a few times how quickly it goes. Now what we need to do is instance this to just the path edge. So let's bring back our polyplane here, and let's go into Photoshop and take a look at our emission map. So here's our emission map in Photoshop. Now we know that everything in the white is going to emit particles. Everything in the grey values is going to emit a certain amount of particles depending on the grey. So when I redrew our emission map, I had this solid black emit no particles, this grey emit 50% of particles, and this white emit 100% of particles. So what I want to do now is I want to set up some edging grass. So I don't want it to be all over the place. So if I come in here and just make this white, black, whoops, I've obviously got my fill on 255, let's set it down to 32. Okay, so now no particles will be emitted from here or here, and what we want is to make this white. So I'm going to take just a standard paintbrush, see how large that is. That's mayhap a bit too large, and I'm just going to draw a white strip in here, and the same for these. So you can probably already guess that now, of course, our edging grass will just be emitted from this white line. So this will allow us to get a neater line on the path. And in fact, I think I'm just going to bring that in a little bit. So let's just be a little bit neater. Okay, and you'll see there's overlap with our grey, so our longer and shorter grass will all mix together here. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of this grey because I do not want any edging grass transmitted this far back, so I'll just go and paint that out. Now you don't have to be spot on accurate, I just want to get rid of the majority of it. Obviously when you do this at home you might want to let's be a little more accurate, but there's lots of ways to do this. I mean, all we're actually doing here in Photoshop is drawing a white line, and I think we can all manage that. Okay, so this will be our emission map for the edging grass. So let's just save this out, and we'll call this, I'll just pop this in, and I had one already when I from our final scene that I've already created. So there's our edging grass. Now let's go back into Maya and let's get this edge grass on a particle. So first things first, particles, emit from object. Let's just pop open the option box and we should have the same as we had before. So I'm going to call this high res grass edge and just hit create. So now we have particle 1 and particle 2, which is simply our main emission for the main grass and our edge grass. So if you select your edge grass, which we've called grass mesh high res 2, and then control select your particle, hit particles instancer geometry replacement. Okay, so let's have a look at that. We don't need this one in there, so let's remove that. Okay, so we just have this edging grass in there, particle shape 1. Okay, that should actually be particle shape 2. And that should about do it. So let's hit create. And you'll see we've got this instancer. If we play now, that will obviously instance geometry all over the place. So let's turn off particle 1 so we can see what's happening. So I'm just going to go into the emission attributes, particle 1, and tell it to emit no particles. Now we can see here what's happening with our edging grass, and first things first, I have forgotten to freeze the transformations. So if we go here, we select everything in the group and just hit modify freeze transformations. When I click play now, you should see it appears in the right place. So now it's appearing in the right place. Unfortunately, it's also appearing all over the plane, so we just have to go on what we did the first time and select an emission map. So under particle shape grass edge emitter, which you'll find under the polyplane here, you want to go and tell it to use an emission map. So we're going to enable texture rate, and then we're going to load in our emission map. Okay, so it's actually we saved it in the main source images. So here is our emission map. So we'll click OK to that, and when I press play now, you'll see that this simply edges our path. Now I oversized the path a bit, but you can see that our grass is simply going to make a nice solid edge around this path. So if I go into the particle instancer now for this edging grass and tell it to use bounded boxes so my viewport speeds up, you can see that will just continue to emit edging grass till the end of time or until the end of your timeline. So let's fix that. Let's say for this edging grass we would want about 700 instances. So let's turn the max count to 700, and let's change particle 1 here. Let's up the max count of this to say 1200. I don't think there was enough in the last one. And let's go back and turn on its speed. So again, under its emitter, if you remember we turned it off, let's turn it back on again and hit play. Okay, you can obviously increase the speed, then you won't need to use so many frames on the timeline. So now we have everything emitted into the scene, and you can see that our main grass is all over the place, or exactly where we set it to be in our emission map, and our edging grass has indeed only appeared around the edge. This will just neaten the edge up quite a bit. So if I take a quick render of this now, and we can see how this edging grass has sort of neatened up our pathway. Okay, so here's our render, and I've purposefully left this grass a lot shorter than this grass, simply so you can see that our edging grass has actually come in here and it is working. It doesn't have any random rotation on it, which is why it looks a little strange, and also it doesn't have the correct UVs for the texture. So we'll get to that in a second. I also wanted to talk about simply the fact that, you know, when you have this much height variation between your short grass and your tall grass, there are a few ways to solve this. We could obviously make this tall grass shorter, which we'll do, but that will still give us this perfect sort of straight edge line. So I also wanted to get into how to make the sizes of each individual instance a little random. So let's go in, and in our grass edging, our edging grass should I say, let's go ahead and make that randomly rotate. So particle, and this is simple, we've done this before. Go down to your per particle array attributes and add a general attribute. We're going to need a new one. It's going to be a floating point value. Actually no, it's going to be a vector, so let's just say random rotation in Y. And remember, when we put the capital letters in, this will space it out neatly on the display. So make sure we selected vector, per particle array, and hit add. You'll see here we've got a random rotation Y, so let's go ahead and give that a creation expression. So just copy and pasting, particle shape random rotation Y equals and we'll use these angle brackets because we're using a vector value. So we'll have 0 in x, 360 in y, and 0 in z. So pretty much the same as you did for the last particle shape. There we go, you'll see expression has appeared here. And remember to push the create button, and when you edit this you have to push edit as well. This is simply because if you just close this window after typing your scripting in, it will disappear. So just something to be aware of. So if I rewind now, shut off the emission from particle 1, just so we can get a better look at just the edging grass. And if I press play now, it won't rotate. This is again because we need to go into the instancer under the particle shape 2 node. So if we look at rotation, we need to just change this to random y. Right? Okay, and what we've got there, let's have a look. Okay, so we must have something wrong here with our script, and let's have a look. And of course we do. This is not random, this is just 0, 360, 0. We need to actually tell Maya that we want a random value around the 360. Of course, silly mistake to make. Okay, and that's back to the instancer settings to make sure that this is on random rotation y. And now you can see our edging grass comes in randomly rotated. This will break up the sort of this effect that we can see around the path edge. So before I finish this part, now we've got a separate particle instance in, and this doesn't have to be used for edging grass. You can also use this to draw these emission maps to any shape you want. So for instance, I could draw a white emission at the back here for a third particle to emit low res grass instead of high res grass, but we'll be getting into that for the final scene. So now we have both instances being randomly rotated. So if I turn the other one on, you'll obviously see that also comes in randomly rotated. And now it would be nice, instead of this uniform sort of straight height, to put a random height on these. So let's first of all turn off our particle 1. So again, we're just dealing with one particle system, and go to our edging grass. Once again, you'll need the particle shape, and you'll need to add a general attribute. This time we're going to add a floating point attribute. We're just going to call this random scale. Okay, so add that in there, and you'll see it's appeared here. So creation expression, and once again we'll just copy and paste, and the random scale will quite simply be rand this time, since we forgot last time. And if I put 0.01 to 1, this will be a random size from 0.1 to 1. So if I hit edit now, actually should just, and off, you'll see random scale has an expression, and obviously we'll need to change the scale in the attribute in the instancer. So let's just go down there and put this on a random scale, and this time when I throw some particles in, you will see that some of these are different sizes. Let me just make sure that it actually took that. No, it didn't. Happens sometimes. There we go. Okay, so you can see we now have all this variation in size coming in. There's a tiny one, and these are anywhere from between 0.1 and 1. Now that's a bit much for us because we don't want tiny clumps of grass. So we'll go back down to the expression, and I just wanted to show you that it was actually working, and we'll go from say 0.7 to 0.1. Okay, and the reason I put that at 0.1 was because it's easier to see, but you can plainly see here that this box is quite a bit smaller than this one. Okay, so let's go now to our particle system 1 and do that again for this one. So just again, general attribute, rand scale, It's a floating point value, so just add this. Now we want creation expression. And I'm going to use the same scaling, so 0.8 to 1. In fact, I think I'll go 0.7. I think that's what we did last time. Okay, and now both of these particle systems will come in with not only random rotation, but random variation in size. Now, if I grab my high-res grass here and unhide it, this is a little tall for this particular scene. When I originally designed this height, it was more for field grass. So let's, more for a wild sort of field grass, should I say. So let's just knock the height of this down a bit. So tubes, creation, min-max height, let's put this to say 0.3 and 0.3. And the second one maybe 1.5. Actually that's not necessary, because the second one is for the dead grass at the bottom. So let's put this one to 1.5 and 1.5, and the final one to 0.2 and 0.2. That just knocks the height of our grass down. And as I say, having this mesh connected to this paint effect makes it very quick and very easy to change the type of grass that you're dealing with. So let's just hide our edging grass and make sure, because of course we've changed the paint effect, so our texture will have fallen off by now. So let's just go in, and if I have a look at the UV, you can see that indeed our UV map disappeared. So let's just put it back on. Quite quick to do. And this one I'm going to do a 2x2 because I'm going to use this brown grass for it. So, and this one 3x3. So that's assign existing texture, make sure it's got the right one on. Grass rough. Grass rough, and this of course should be dead grass. And this is the one I think I wanted more dead grass on. Let's just check its UV. And that's a 4x4, so we want to assign to this the dead grass. Okay, and there's our first grass patch. So let's make sure we have the correct textures on our second one. So hide this one, show this one, and let's have a look here. This is going to be a 3x3. This is going to be a 3x3. This is going to be a 2x2. And this is going to be a 2x2. So once again, make sure we have the right material on. Grass rough, and dead grass, and finally once more dead grass. Okay, so this has given us some variation in the texture again, and we've got this sort of browner looking grass underneath. Now again, it will depend on the scene you're trying to create. Let's just hide this, so Control H, close this down, and let's emit our particles again. Whoops, we need to turn on the particle 1 emission. Okay, and you can see the edging grass coming in here in blue. If I select the particle, you can see what's happening. So this allows us to have 2 emission systems and 2 emission maps. Very, very useful. And we'll get into more precise placement and even more emission maps later on. I just want to leave you here. We now have this random size. We have this edging grass. We've created another particle system connected to another instancer. So I'll just let this finish and emit all its instances. Okay, and obviously I can just turn the rate to speed up if I don't want to wait for this. Okay, so that looks about right. And let's grab a render of this path now with our various different grass. Okay, welcome back, and you can see from our previous render, here's the first one we did with this very narrow path and this quite tall grass with this sort of clown house effect going on. And now we've got a much better edge around our path. Our path texture obviously needs a lot of work, But with the random size variation, you can see in the background here, this is not quite knife edge straight, and the eye does pick up on things like that. So with our two particle emission systems here, we've managed to get a much better coverage around this path. We've managed to get some, not straight lines, because you wouldn't expect to see that, but some lines that don't have these big sort of bulbous sticking out bits. So that's just one way to combine two particle systems together with two different types of instance geometry. Now, this is never going to look quite right because it's on a perfectly flat plane. Now, in the next part, I want to discuss how we can solve this, because you might think it's as simple as, getting out the sculpt geometry tool and creating some variation in our plane here. But I'm going to show you where the problem comes in, a quick simple demonstration. Let's say we weren't rendering a flat plane of ground. Let's say we were rendering on a fairly steep gradient of a hill. Now, if I hit play now, you can see that our grass is stuck right through the plane, and also none of it is orientated towards the ground. It's all out this way, which is no good whatsoever. If we render that now, it's not going to look like a hill, it's going to look like a flat plane with some grass sticking perpendicularly out to it. Now, in order to do this, and to do this so it will work on any sort of terrain, we need to get into a little bit more scripting. It's not enough for us to simply rotate randomly in Y. So when we come back, we're going to get into how to do a more natural looking terrain, and how to get the grass to orient towards that. So thanks for watching. I hope you found this useful, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we left off here. You might notice this render looks a little different than the final one I left you with. I'll just walk you through what I did in the interim. Basically, I just lowered the particle count a bit on our emitters. So really I went from a particle count, I think, of 1200 to 600. This has given us this little patchiness here. And I also noticed in our other renders that our grass was looking a little fat, so just for this shorter grass, I came in and just under its strokes, under tube's creation, I just lowered down the tube width a bit on these grass strokes, and this has given us sort of, I think, more in scale grass, but we'll get to that when we create a scene in a little while. Now, if you remember, we left the last part with somewhat of a problem, which is if our grass is not on a flat plane, and we put it in, it doesn't actually align itself to the plane, it just sticks straight out. Now, if I was to render this now, you could see that this wouldn't look right. If I sort of did a view that was looking up a hill, all I'd render is the bottom of this grass. So in order to fix this, we need to use some more scripting. So I'm just going to rotate this plane to 0, and what I'll do is, just so we can get a better look at this, for now I shall just use one particle system. So I will get our edging grass here and tell it to emit no particles. I'll also get rid of the emission map that we did, so our grass fills up the whole area here. So under the emitter, which can be found here, we just need to go to the emission and scroll down until we see enable texture rate. Now, you don't have to break the connection with the texture, you can literally just untick this, and now we'll have just one set of particles just doing one emission. This will make it a little easier to see how our scripting is working. Whoops. So if I grab this now, you can see it's all over the surface, so we'll be able to see our orientation come in a little better. Okay, so first things first, we'll go into the particle system, so particle 1 in this case, and we'll have a look at our instance geometry replacement node. And in here you can see that we have some extra settings. Now, we've used this random rotation Y, which we did quite simply to rotate the grass in various different directions around Y. We also got an aim direction and an aim axis. So we're going to use both of these along with the rotation to get our grass to orientate towards planes that are not flat. So rather than talk you to death, I'll just put you through it. Okay, so let's just open up our creation expression. And one of the first things we're going to do is this random y we're no longer going to need because we're going to make another one. So I'm just going to delete that, hit edit, so it appears disappeared from here, because as I've said before, if you don't hit edit, none of your changes will update. And then I'm just going to delete this random y attribute. Okay, so if I go back to the creation expression, now first things first, if we look here, we've got an aim axis. Now we want our grass always to be aiming up in y, by which I mean in y we'll want it to follow the shape of our ground. We'll also want it to follow the surface normals. So I'll just show you what I mean by that. Okay, so if I go up to display here and then polygons, face normals, you'll see here that our face normals all orientate in the direction of the face. So if we could find some way to tell our particle system to use the nearest face normal direction, then we would solve this problem of our grass coming in straight. So let's just turn that off because we don't need it. So just display, polygons, normals, face normals, turn it off. Okay, so back to the particle system. And as I've said, we're going to use aim direction and aim axis for this. So let's just go to our creation expression. Okay, and I'm actually on particle system 2, so let's just get the right particle system. Okay, and the aim axis is quite simple. We just want it to point up. So I can just add a value called aim axis. So let's do that. And this will be a vector, because it will contain x, y, and z coordinates. So let's just call this aim axis. Make sure it's on vector and per particle array, and click add. Okay, now we've got our aim axis in there. Just click it and hit creation expression. You'll see that our selected object and attribute is aim axis. So I'm going to copy and paste this, and I'll put it up the top. Aim axis equals, and we know we just want this pointing straight up, and we know it's a vector, so we'll just tell it 1 in y, basically 0 in x, 1 in y, 0 in z. Okay, and when I hit edit here, you'll see that our aim axis expression actually updates. Now the second thing we need to do is another random y, but this one quite simply as a floating point variable that we'll use later on in the script. So I don't actually need to create a random rotation y. So what I'll do is I'll just declare one. So float just tells Maya that I'm declaring a floating point value, and this will be the variable name. So rand rot y, and again these names don't really matter, it's just your convention. So I'm going to put here random, and I'm going to use a smaller value than 360, because once the grass is orientated to this plane, if the rotation in y is 360, this can make it look a little too jumpy. So I'm just going to give it a random value of plus minus 60 degrees. Okay, so that takes care of our random rotation y. This takes care of our aim axis. Now what we need to do is actually find the particle's shape. So we need to create a variable that will tell us the position of each individual particle. So because we're dealing with position, I'm going to use a vector. So vector, and this one I'm just going to call p for position, equals, and this will just be particle shape 1 dot position. So that will do that, and what this will do is p will now have a value of x, y, and z, which we'll see in a little minute. And I'm going to hit edit just to update that, and you'll see there that I've got a syntax error. So that's quite an easy one to work out. It's vector p equals, because you don't need to say the vector equals p, just this will do that, and then p equals the particle shape position. Okay, so it's handy to click edit as you're going along, because Maya will throw up if you've got a syntax error in there. Now, this bit gets a little more complicated. What we need to do now is declare a variable for the aim direction, and this will actually be the face normal. Now, in order to get the face normal, we need to have a standard Maya plugin enabled called nearest point on mesh. So if you go to your plugin manager, and I think mine is probably already switched on, but it's off by default, so be aware. Nearest point on mesh, just turn it on. It's built into pretty much every copy of Maya since 2008, I believe. Okay, so now we need to declare another vector. So let's just declare a vector, say NRM, normal, basically, an abbreviation. And what we're going to need to do is arm that nearest point on mesh. So nearest point on mesh, and it is case sensitive, so remember that you'll need to make sure that point on and mesh are all capitalized. Now I'm going to get a position for the nearest point on mesh, so I'm going to use particle position p dot x dx, obviously, and I'm going to do the same for p, which is this here that we've stored the particle position in, dot y, and the same for p dot z. Okay, so that's just told this nearest point on mesh to look at the particle position in x, y, and z. Now we need to tell it we want a normal, so normal, q to select which geometry we want. In our case, our ground is called polyplane 1, and this is telling this nearest point on mesh to get its information from this ground plane. So let's just p plane 1, and again it's case sensitive, and let's just close that whole thing off. Okay, we edit now. Okay, we are missing variable pz because we forgot the $sign. Okay, and that's fine. So now this information here contains the nearest point on mesh information for this particular plane. What we need is to assign that to the aim direction, which we currently do not have. So let's come in here and add another dynamic attribute, and let's call this one aim direction. Okay, and let's just add that. So now we have a aim direction, and if it hasn't updated here, you can just click over and refresh the tab. That happens sometimes, and you can see I've got this aim direction. So let's just hit creation expression. Aim direction equals normal. Quite simple. Okay, and we also now comes another math bit, if you like. We need to get a rotation for this, because right now if I just hit edit here, okay, and we go up to our instancer node, you can see here that we've got rotation. Well, we haven't created one at the moment. This ran rotation y is simply internal to this script, and we haven't used it yet. So if we just go aim direction and make this aim direction, which it doesn't seem to have updated, let's just, there we go. Sometimes you need to just click over a couple of times just to refresh this. So now we have the aim direction in, and we have the aim axis. So now we have both of those. Let's just make sure that it took them. Yes, it did. Okay, now if I hit play, you'll see that our particle system comes in orientated towards the plane. Okay, and this is, doesn't really matter how you orientate this. Okay, you see they're not sticking out anymore, and now we've got them oriented towards the surface normals. So that wasn't too tricky at all, and that's going to work regardless of where I put this. Okay, so this allows us to create now uneven terrain and have the grass stick to it in a realistic manner instead of that stick out, you know, manner that we had before. Let me just reset this plane back to its default 0, 0, 0. Okay, so let's continue with our scripting. So again, particle 1. And now we need the random rotation along Y, but in order for us to randomly rotate, we're also going to have to know where X and Z is, because it's no good rotating around Y if you haven't got the orientation along X and Z as well. And for this we're going to have to use some math, because, excuse me, this normal is actually calculated in radians at the moment, and we want to get it back to degrees because we're working in degrees. So I'm going to have to declare two new variables, and I'm going to declare float Rx for rotation in X, and this is just pure Maya math. So in this case we're going to use radians to degrees. We're going to use atan2, and we want the conversion from our normal, so normal.z, which is what we got up here, and also our normal.y. Okay, and let's just close off these brackets.
A vast virus database has been updated.
Excuse me, antivirus. Rx is undeclared, so let's have a look here. Okay, just a spelling mistake. So this has got us a value called Rx, which we will now use in our random rotation equation to do the surface, to do the directions Z and Y, but we still need to get X, so let's float R. So we still need to get Z, sorry, equals once again rad 2 degrees. Okay, and this time I'm going to use sin. And this is standard maths. You can look this up on Autodesk's website, which is where I found this many moons ago. Okay, and for some reason today I simply can't seem to spell float. There we go. So now we have our degrees, radians, converted to degrees, and we've stored them in this variable here. So we've got Rx and Rz. Now we need a random rotation per particle dynamic attribute to add to our rotation here in the instancer. So let's go and hit general, and let's just create, let's say, rotation per particle, and this will definitely be a vector because it will contain x, y and z and per particle array attributes. So click add, and again it hasn't showed up there, so rotation pp, let's grab the creation expression and let's just copy and paste from up there, save ourselves a bit of typing. And now we need to give this its values. So the first value is going to be the x, which is simply this Rx value. The second value will be our random rotation y, so anywhere from 60 degrees off course from the original, and our third value will finally be random z. So not random z, sorry, this will be this value here, which is just our surface normal converted to degrees. Okay, and that is about it. So let's click edit, and we now have this rotation per particle expression. Let's go up here and make sure our rotation is on rotation per particle. Actually I clicked the wrong one. Okay, it's gone and not updated again, so there we go. Right, now once again we'll twist this plane, and this time you should see the grass come in orientated towards the plane and randomly rotated around Y. And there you go. So we've got that random rotation. You can see it's not a 360, it's just via 60 degrees, which is enough to sort of break us up and not have these straight lines, but not enough to send us off course when we get into rougher ground. So I can just keep showing you that, and there we go, perfectly orientated towards our floor plane. And this will work obviously even if we do something like the sculpt geometry tool. So if I just come in here and hit mesh, sculpt geometry tool, and let's open the tool settings, and let's make a hill. Let's make it a bit quicker than this. Okay, so if we got uneven terrain, if you can imagine this is a small sort of hill, and we play our particle system forward, and you can see here that we have some, there we go, just a little update issue there, but you can see that our grass is now sticking to this hill, and as the hill goes down, the actual grass orients down with it, and as the plane stays flat, the grass flattens out. So this will give us, you know, much better control when we start to sculpt landscapes later on. Now I will just grab a quick render of this, something to leave you with, and I'll see you in the next part when we will continue to work with our grass. And you know, we could just leave it here, but we've done all this work now, so it'd be nice to get some sort of final grass scene out that looks good. So I will see you for that. I hope you enjoyed this part, and thank you for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part I promised to leave you with a render of our grass atop hill here that we did, and obviously we covered how to get this grass, or indeed any particle system that has instance geometry to it, how to get that to conform to a plane like this one that's not perfectly flat. So, and I promised to leave you with a render, which I just wanted to show you now. Now I noticed that this render has a couple of things wrong with it. It's not got enough geometry, so we didn't put enough instances, because we can see these holes here. However, if our holes here had been green, and we probably would have got away with this. You don't always need to fill the entire scene with grass, but I just wanted to record this part ever so quickly just to cover a few things, because I basically forgot in the last part to leave you with a render. So I took the liberty of just coming up with a different render, which you can see here, and you'll notice there's a couple of things that are different. Once again, I made our grass a little thinner, so you probably won't be able to see it too well, but when you start to zoom in, I thought it deserved a little tweaking of the grass there, so I did that. You'll notice that the colour in the texture is slightly different. This is because I went into Photoshop, and there was our old texture, and here is our new one. So you can see I've just desaturated and evened up the green a little bit. I also went in and color corrected this image in Photoshop, so there's more of a final image, and that's the sort of image you should expect with this sort of grass. So I've obviously used a little bokeh, or however you pronounce it, my Japanese is not that good, a little depth of field here, which we'll cover for the final scene. I just wanted to leave you with this quick intermediate part, just to show you that now we've got our grass in. With a little tweak to the shading, it will conform to pretty much any surface, and really, because we still have the construction history or the tie between the paint effect stroke and the grass itself, so we have all the paint effect strokes here and the geometry here, we can still come in, make it thinner, make it longer, make it shorter. So what I'm going to do now is leave you in this part. I just wanted to show you those last final renders that I did of the grass, and I want to get more into plants because there's only so far you're going to get with grass. Now we need some bushes, some longer type grass, things like corn grass, and all of this thing, just little daisies, maybe some dandelions, just to give our realism a bit of a kick up the backside. So I'm going to come back and we're going to create a few different varieties of plants and get on with making our final scene. I just wanted to leave you with this image. So that's all for this part, and thanks for watching. I see you after the break. Hi, welcome back. Over the last few parts we've been looking at creating our standard sort of grass. We've looked at how to place it, how to get it where we want it in a scene, how to make it conform to the contours of the land, how to shade it. I wanted to go over some more complicated objects now, some plants, some extra grasses, some bushes and things like that. Now I'm going to start with what Maya calls field grass, because it's one of the simplest ones we can do. So we'll start with that. I took the liberty of creating a quick render here of what I'm talking about. So this is our standard grass, obviously, that I've just rendered out, and I've added to it these stalks of field grass. Now, as I said in a previous part, there's only so far you can go with just a field of grass, so we'll be adding elements like daisies and field grass and little bushes and whatnot to make this more realistic. But we're going to start off with this field grass. So jump into Maya, and as I've said when I was making grass, what I prefer to do is start a new file for pretty much each thing I design. This way I can build up a reference of different plants, grasses, so when I'm creating a scene later on I can just start importing the grass and bushes and extra bits that I need. This way I always have those all pre-shaded, pre-done, lying around on my hard drive, so whenever I'm doing an exterior I can just quickly draw from my own reference library. Okay, so I'm going to make sure before we start that this is set to meters because I want everything in the right scale. So just preferences, settings, meter. Okay, and then I'm going to go back to the visor. So window, general editors, visor. Oh, there we go. And you'll see here I've got all of these categories. Now we've already used the grasses, which we used this carpet grass to make this grass down here. We did several different versions, of course, and blended them together and got this. Okay, so now we need to create this field grass. Right, so for field grass I'm going to use the rather imaginatively titled field grass. So I'll just click on that and you'll see that I'm going to zoom in and change the brush size to about a quarter of one of these, and if I draw a stroke now you'll see that we get this big long row of field grass, which is fine as of in itself, but to keep the density down, and if you remember on our render here that we don't actually have that many strokes, so I'm going to create a smaller stroke. I just wanted to show you that this all comes in sort of random. I want to create a smaller stroke and then use, as we did with grass, a particle system to spread it throughout the scene, because that way I can get more precise placement and I can get things where I want them to go. So let's just create here a small stroke with a few leaves on it. Okay, and as you can see they're pretty random. They've come in different heights, different directions, and if I increase the timeline here, as with most things in Paint Effects, they also have some animation on them, which we'll look at in a while. But just to be aware, if you wanted to turn the animation off, you can look under your field grass stroke here, go to tubes, because once again pretty much everything we do is mesh, twist and tubes. And under behavior you can just turn that off. Under the turbulence we can just turn that turbulence type 2 off, and that will kill the animation, which I'm going to do for now because I'm not using it at the moment. So we have our stroke here, and once again, as we did with the grass, we're going to look at its creation attributes. But if I look in my viewport, you'll see something rather strange, that these stalks look a little bit like triangles as opposed to actual geometry, and that's because our brush type is set to paint. So let's just set that to mesh, and you can see that they've fleshed out a bit. Okay, so most important, when you're drawing a paint effect stroke, make sure your brush type is on mesh, as we said before. And the global scale for our grass was 25, so I'm going to make that the same scale for our field grass. You can obviously come back and change this whenever you want. And the other thing I want to do is just make sure that under the field grass shape node, mesh output is ticked to quad output. It's not totally necessary, but I find it easier to work with things when they're in quads as opposed to tris, so there we go. Okay, so again, under tubes, looking at this field grass, and obviously I'll put a floor plane here so we can grab a render. Obviously if I render this now with mental ray, you won't see anything. This is Maya software, and as you can see, the default shaders and textures you get with most paint effects are not actually up to much, and if we do that with mental ray, nothing will happen. So mental ray needs to be converted from paint effects to polygons, and that's the reason why our brush type is on mesh, and also our outputs are set to quad, pretty much exactly the same as our other grass. Now if we look at these, and before we go converting these to polys, I just want to do a few tweaks on the actual paint effect stroke itself. These stalks, to my mind, and I googled for a lot of images of this type of grass, and I actually went outside and took some on the camera myself, they're too wide. They're too fat. If you look at the render, you'll see I've got them a lot thinner, and I think this is more realistic than what is created by default. So if we go into the field grass stroke and just go to creation, you'll see here I have tube width 1 and 2. Now I could lower those, or I can just grab the width scale and lower the whole thing, which will keep the relationship between the thin tip and the fat bottom. So let's get those to a place that I like, and that stalk now is a little thinner for me. Now if you were going to render one of these from sort of this distance, then you might have some trouble here, because you know this geometry is not very smooth. So we could go in and add some more segments under the creation, and you'll see as it gets more segments, you know, you get more geometry. It also changes the behavior slightly, of course, because if it's got a bend on it with more segments, it's able to bend more, so you'd have to go in, find out what's causing this bend and straighten it up. But for me, I'm never really going to get this close to this stalk of grass, and to be brutally honest, if you look at the geometry, this works pretty well from a fairly close distance, even a distance as close as this. But if you're going to do a whole shot that's sort of one section of this, you're better off modeling by hand. So most of these paint effect strokes, they work, you know, for a lot of grasses and flowers, they'll work from this distance to the camera, which is pretty much as close as you'd ever get. But do be aware, if you want this, you know, to fill up your whole shot like so, you're going to have to come in and do some hand modeling. Now we can look, of course, besides the length, the width, sorry, you can change the length. And if you'll remember with the normal grass, because I wanted to use a plugin to texture, our Paint Effects UV plugin, I made the min and max length the same. I'm not going to do that here, so I only have to create one stroke, and I can use the min and max length to vary the height. Okay, but 3 and 7 is about what I'm looking for. And to be honest, the reason I chose to do this grass first, this field grass first, is because it's actually the simplest thing we'll be looking at. So now we've got, you know, this pretty good looking field grass. It's just a little fat. You can obviously go under its growth and tweak its branches, twigs and leaves. Now what do we mean by this in this context? The flowers are these things on the top, so if I untick it you can see them disappear. The leaves are obviously the things at the bottom, and the branches help control the number of stalks we get. So if I come here into branches and increase the start branches, you'll see that we get more of our main sort of stalks in each bundle, and I was quite happy with that at 2. And also you can increase the angle that these split at, of course the randomness that they split at, which is not going to do a lot for this particular paint effect stroke. You can increase the split twist, so if we look at these from above it's easier to see what split twist does. Yeah, leaving this at a value of about 0.5, because obviously if you leave the split twist at 1 you'll create these very sort of linear, sort of straight stalks, which is perhaps not going to look so good. In fact I can tell already it doesn't. So leaving the split twist at 0.5 is pretty good, really. That's sort of, but you can tweak it obviously so you're happy. Now the minimum size is just what the minimum size something has to be born at. Now as everything we have is born at a minimum size of 0.2, you'll see this doesn't actually do anything. If I put the minimum size to 1, you'll see everything disappears because the maximum size for us is 0.7. So 0.5 will keep only something that's bigger than 0.5. So I'm going to put this min size to 0 because I don't need it. Now we could also adjust, let's say, the leaves. So if we put number of leaves in cluster up, you'll see that I get more leaves around the bottom of our field grass. I'm going to leave that at 3. I can also change the leaf length, so I can make that sort of taller or longer. And you know, I can change its width, scale, and where it starts on the stalk. Okay, so I'm going to put that to 0.2. Just get it to start at the bottom of the stalk. In fact, that's not quite bottom enough, so put it down to what it was originally, which I believe was possibly even. There we go. And obviously this deals with the angle, so we can sort of change the angles of our leaf twist, and so on and so forth. But we'll get more into that later when we deal with something that's got a few more leaves on it, so it makes the whole process easier to see. Now I'm pretty happy with the way these look. You know, it looks like the field grass we see in the render, and that's good enough for me. I've taken the animation off for now, but we can always put it back later. So first problem, if we, as I said, we render this, you'll see that the Maya shaders aren't very good and you get nothing in mental ray. So let's just convert to mesh. Let's pop open our outliner here and take our field grass stroke and modify, convert paint effects to polygons. Okay. Now you'll immediately see that these have gone pretty transparent in the viewport. This is because when we convert a paint effect stroke to polygons, Maya will take its best guess at creating a sort of standard Maya shader for us. So you can see we've got field grass flower, field grass leaf, and field grass main. If I take a look at these, you'll see that there are standard Maya shaders. You've got a ramp, a fong, and a ramp. So now we can render with mental ray. And again, you're not going to see anything that's particularly impressive here. So you can see it's very bright, very glowy. The translucency really hasn't worked. I mean, this is just not in any way, shape or form good enough. And if I drop in a physical sun and sky here, so let's just create one, and I'll use my standard sort of test settings. Okay, and I re-render with this physical sun and sky. You'll see that now the shaders Maya has created simply don't work at all. I mean, you couldn't really have this in a render. So we need some way to either completely replace these shaders, let's graph one, or at the very least convert them to Maya materials, convert them to mental ray materials. So when I come back after the break, we'll look at converting our field grass materials into mental ray materials and textures. We'll then take a look at rendering it and getting it to look realistic. Okay, so thanks for watching, and I hope to see you in the next part. Okay, welcome back. We left off here with our very poor shaders. So let's immediately dive in and take a look at why this is happening. So hypershade, and you see we've got our three shaders here. So let's take a look, for instance, at this is the flower shader, which if I select the materials that have it, you'll see that that means these stalky bits up here. Now you can see in the viewport they're semi-transparent, and you can see here that they're semi-transparent, and this might work fine for Maya software, but as we've seen, this is just not going to work for mental ray. So first thing we want to do is, with some paint effects, if we graph the leaves, let's say, you can see these shaders are quite simple. You've probably got something going to transparency, something going to spec, and something going to, well, let's have a look. You've got this shader that goes to the transparency, this one that goes to the spec, and this one that goes to the color. So this is for the leaves at the bottom, and because it's a simple ramp, if you get close up to this, you know, sort of this distance, it's never going to look quite right. If you're doing a big distance shot, so from sort of over here, you might get away with it, but I prefer to use actual textures for things like leaves. So let's try this texture first. So we're not actually going to use any of this. In certain cases you can salvage some of the shader that mental ray that Maya creates, but in this case I don't want any of it, so I'm just going to delete it entirely, and I'll get rid of all of the support network too, and I'm just going to start off with a Maya material. Okay, and I'm going to do these leaves because these are rather like grass, more grass-like than leaf-like. So I'm going to start off by adding a file texture. So I'm just going to go up to 2D textures and add a file texture. You'll see here that it comes in with its placement node, of course. And in this file texture, I'm going to load in one of our grass strokes that we created before. Now, these are obviously the 4x4s and the 3x3s we created, and I don't want to use those because we have so few strokes on here. I could actually get away with just using one texture. So I'm going to use this one that we created for the start of our grass tutorial, because I think this one will work rather well as a texture for these nice long leaves. So I'm just going to start with a texture, and I'm going to link that to the diffuse color of our shading network here, and you can see that now I've got the diffuse color of my texture. And if I assign that, so we can see in the viewport, to the leaf shape, you can see if I zoom in the viewport here that our leaf shapes have got that texture on them. The viewport's probably not the best view. There we go. You can see our grass texture with a yellowing at the tip. Okay, but this is not going to solve a lot of our problems because grass should be translucent for a start. So let's go in and start tweaking this material. So let's turn the reflectivity up to 1, which you might think is extremely high, but as with the grass, I'm going to use the BRDF curve to limit the reflectivity. So I might turn this down to say 0.09, maybe a little higher, 1.5, and the 90-degree reflection to say 0.7. Now, if you look at things in nature, they're pretty much always reflective, even if the reflection is tiny. So I prefer to set the reflectivity to 1 here and actually adjust the amount of reflectivity with the BRDF. The same is said for glossiness. Now, with a glossiness of 1, this is a perfectly, clean spot. So if I turn the glossiness to say 0.2, you can see that's given us a much more diffuse reflection. And you can think of this a little bit like a specular highlight. Because mental ray mere material is more physically accurate than, say, a Phong, you won't see a setting for specularity. That's all dealt with the reflection and the BRDF. So let's get a good level of what we would consider glossiness for this grass. So I'm going to leave it around there for now. So we'll take a render of what we have so far. And you can see already this is looking a lot more like grass. Now obviously it's a little unsmoothed, but at the distance from the camera I'm going to be rendering it at, this is fine, and I can always smooth it out later if I feel it's necessary. So for instance, this one at the start of the camera, if I was rendering from this close up, I can simply take this leaf and smooth it. So if I select one of the faces here, let's go into face mode and select, face mode, and select this face, and then I use shift and the right angle bracket to select the rest of the faces just in this leaf. I can then do a mesh smooth, okay, and I'll have smoothed just this leaf. See, if I use the segments to smooth all of this in Paint Effects, in the stroke itself, then if I had hundreds of these, I'd create hundreds of polys for geometry, possibly millions of polys. So just by individually smoothing what you actually need, and if we go up to the smooth face, we can obviously increase the amount of smoothing that we have on this. So, I can get a much smoother object with more geometry if it's necessary. Okay, so if this leaf was in front of the camera now, it's a little smoother. Obviously I can actually take the geometry and edit it by hand as well. I can go in there and edit its vertex if I need to, to make it smoother still. And really, I'm not going to get that close, but if you do have a situation where you are close to one of these Paint Effects, you can actually come in, increase the smoothing just on one portion. Okay, so that's just if you end up with one of these strokes, right in front of the camera, and I've just undid that, you can then come in and smooth it a little. Okay, so for right now though, we've got this render here, which is our grass texture, and it's looking a lot better than obviously the one Maya created, but we're not quite there yet. So let's go back to the hypershade and indeed check out this material. So I got the reflectivity at 1, the glossiness, the roughness I'm not going to bother with, the weight is 1, which is fine. I'm going to turn off skip reflections on the inside because this is a plane, so it doesn't have an inside for a start. I'm going to go down to advanced refraction and make sure it's on thin walled. If you don't set it to thin walled, translucency won't work, and then I'm going to want some translucency. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to hit use translucency, and I'm going to give it a weight of 1. So I set the translucency here with a weight of 1 because I want it to be fully translucent and not at all transparent. Now, in order for translucency to work, not only do we need thin walled, we also need transparency. So I'm going to set that at 0.25, and because we have that translucency at 1, it'll give us, excuse me, accidentally adjusted the camera there, it'll give us no transparency and all translucency, but then we still need to deal with the colour, because if I render now, you'll see our translucency colour is just not right at all. We've got this sort of pinkish colour here. And in fact I can probably give you a better demonstration of what that's doing if I make it, say, a vivid blue. Okay, let's try and get a better one than this. Okay, so you can see here this blue of our translucency color, but we could at a pinch pick a lighter shade of green than the leaf, and if that's as far as you wanted to go with it, that would kind of give you something that was okay. So you can see that this is a slightly better translucency than we were getting with the pink color, but we can use this same texture as a translucency map as well. So as we've set our translucency weight to 1 but our transparency to 0.25, I actually want to multiply this image before I plug it into the translucency. So if we go up to utilities and I go and find a multiply divide node, I'm just going to plug this into input 1, and that will just plug the out color into input 1, and then I'm going to plug this multiply and divide into the translucency color. Okay, and under the multiply divide you'll see input 1 is this out color, so this texture, and I want to multiply that by 4. Okay, and now if I take another render, you'll see that I've got much better translucency. The problem is it's all too bright, and this is because we have not gamma corrected this file. So let's kill all the connections to this file, drop in a gamma correct node, drag middle mouse, that is, drag this file texture to the value up here, turn the gamma to 0.454, 0.454 and 0.454. Okay, and then we obviously need to plug this gamma corrected node into the diffuse. There we go, and again I just middle mouse drag, and we need to plug this gamma corrected node into the input 1 of this multiply and divide. And if we graph our network now, it should look something like that. It's pretty similar to what we did for grass. In fact, in this case it's exactly the same as what we did for the grass. So let's take another quick render, and you'll see this is darkened up. Okay, so now we have the translucency, but we also have the texture at what we want it at. And as I've said before, I'm not really concentrating on these textures for that close to the camera, so let's do a render of a more suitable distance. Okay, and there we go. So there's the shading on our leaves, or these sort of semi-grass stalks that are coming up. Now let's take a look at the shaders that were created for the stalk and the tip here. So in Hypershade we can just rename this to Field Grass Leaves, and we'll take a look at this one, which is the flower shader, which is the tip here. Now in this case I'm actually going to keep the ramp. I'm just going to delete the shader itself. I'm going to drop in a Maya Material X, and I'm going to connect this ramp to the diffuse color. Okay, once again I'm going to set our reflectivity to 1, and then I'm going to control that with the BRDF curve. Now these stalks on the top are not going to be terribly reflective, so I'm going to put their 0 degree reflection down to sort of 0.02, and then 90 degree reflection down to 0.1. And I can obviously come back and play with that a little bit, and I do want quite sharp reflections, so I'm going to leave the glossiness not at 1, but I am going to bring it down, sort of say 0.5ish. That'll do. Now the other thing this obviously needs some gamma correction on it, so let's jump in there and once again add a utility node, and I'm going to gamma correct this, so just break its connection here middle mouse drag, value, middle mouse drag up to diffuse, and just set the gamma. Okay, so that being done, let's call this field grass flower, and you'll see these have gone green because I deleted the shader that was assigned to them. So if I just pick them here and assign material to selection, you'll see in our viewport these have gone a lot more brownish. Okay, now for right now, just to add some expediency, before I render, I'm just going to convert this next one. So let's go ahead and graph this, and again it's a very similar ramp, slightly different in shade, and I'm going to use that again. Let's just delete that texture, quickly add in a Maya Material X, which would be here. There you go. Apologies, gone blind for a minute. And we know now we're going to need a gamma correct, so let's just throw one of those in straight away. Okay, let's connect this to the value of the gamma correct, and of course this to the diffuse. Let's apply our calculation to get the correct gamma, and once again I'm going to do a reflectivity of 1, a glossiness maybe a bit less glossy for this, and then I'm going to go in and use the BRDF to change that. So I think 0.1 maybe and 0.2. Now you can come back in and adjust this later. For right now I just want to get some basic Maya materials on this so we can get it rendering correctly, and I'm going to call that field grass stalk. Okay, and I'm going to come in here and select the main and apply it. Okay, so now let's grab our physical sun. Whoops. And I just want to adjust the light angle a little bit. See what this looks like under different lighting conditions. And I can come in here with my field grass maybe and take a quick render from here. Okay, sorry, you can see a field grass looks okay, but our plane here is way too light, so let's assign a different Lambert to it. And let's just make it a lot darker. That way we won't get all the bounce light coming from this white ground plane. So our field grass stalks are looking a lot more realistic. Let's quickly go in and up the sample density on the stroke, and obviously it's still connected to the meshes here. So let's up the sample density to say 5. Whoops, excuse me. And now we've got a whole bunch of these just so we can better see what they look like rendered. And I'm just going to turn on this resolution gate, but then I've got too much of it around here, so just let me fix this by going to display options and turning the overscan down to 1.07. Okay, and let's do a render of more stalks. Okay, so you can see now we've converted this to Maya materials, so we're getting better leaves, better stalks. I mean, this is actually starting to look pretty good. Okay, so I can now use that. This was the shading that I used when I did this. And as I've said before, we'll get into putting a full scene together in a while. So I'm quite happy with the basic shading on these. We may come back and tweak it in a little while, but this for me is actually quite fine. Let's just get that from a different angle, just to double check our shading here. Okay, and I've taken this from a couple of different angles. This is backlit, so obviously these are coming through quite dark. That's just, you know, just the bounce light off the floor, lighten them up. if I go to another shot I did, this is front lit, and you can see now that maybe these top of these stalks are a little bit too light, but again that's pretty easy to fix. Now we have these as Maya materials. I can just look for our flower shader that we did, and I can just come in and change this ramp to be a little darker. Okay, and if I snapshot that, you'll see that the tops of our stalks obviously come through a little darker now. That's more like it. Okay, so overall I'm pretty happy with our field grass. It'll fit nicely in with our other grass. Didn't take too much work to texture the leaves and the tops. And this is not, as I've said, something that I'll spend too much time on, because I'm never really going to render field grass from sort of this close. So we will concentrate a little more on the textures for things like bushes and leaves and bark that might actually get rendered, you know, right in the center of the shot. But as I've said, if you do end up with yourself rendering from really close, you can always grab these as individual pieces of geometry.
A vast virus database has been updated.
Excuse me, I'm bloody virus checker. You can always grab these as individual pieces of geometry and smooth them out. Now, one last thing, as I'm using this as a library, if I imported this one stroke here, I'd get all of these, and I don't want them, so I'm going to go back before I do anything else into the stroke and change the sample density back to 1. This gives me just these 3 little stalks here. And I'll just change the lightness on this so we can see it easier in the viewport. But if I imported just these 3 little stalks, I don't think that would give me enough variety. So what I'm going to do is create more than one piece of field grass, so I can then connect different groups to an instancer and have them randomly appear, giving me the variety but still the ability to use just a few stalks if I find it necessary. So grab your field grass stroke here, and we're going to duplicate it. So duplicate special, and I'm going to make it a copy, and I'm going to duplicate it in input graph. So duplicate special. You can see here I've got another stroke, but you can't actually see it in the viewport. This is because it's hidden. So if I unhide it, Shift H, you can now see that I do indeed have 2 paint effect strokes. Now I could go in with this second stroke and start tweaking its attributes under tubes to sort of make it different lengths and a different angle to the previous one. Okay, so I can do this by hand, but there is a simpler way which is rather nice with paint effects. You have something called the seed, so I can just change the random seed on these, and that will give me a completely different patch of field grass. So I find one I'm happy with. So this one is okay, and you can just slide that up or just type in a value. So now I've got a separate patch of field grass that I'm happy with. I'm going to go ahead and convert that to a mesh. And you'll see the only thing that's happened is it's not using my shaders, but that's easily fixed. I can just assign mine, so I call mine field grass stalk, field grass leaves, and finally field grass flower. So now I've got 2 completely separate mesh groups. Move these together. Excuse me, I wish that would stop virus databasing. Okay, so now I've got these 2 completely separate mesh groups. So when I import these later, I'll have 2 separate groups, and obviously if I wanted 3 or 4, which I'll probably go ahead and create, but I'll do it off camera, I just keep duplicating my original stroke and assigning the textures to these. Now before we go, because it's important when I use these to instance that they should be at the world origin, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to center all the pivots. And I'm just going to use the G key to make sure all the pivot points for each individual part are centered. I am then going to snap to the grid and move the groups into the center of the grid just to get these ready for, whoops, there we go, just to get these ready for the instancer. Okay, and I'm also going to want to move all of these down to the origin point, which in this case is the very center of our grid. So I'm going to hit insert and just snap these pivots to the floor. And again, with grass, with the original grass we created, a sort of standard carpet grass, this just makes sure that when you use the instancer to instance these, that they don't come in weird positions. Okay, and now I'm just going to grab both groups and freeze their transformations. Okay, this ensures, as I've said, that they're ready for instancing. So now we've got two groups. I'm going to save this file and I'm going to call it field graph. And then if I want this for any other Maya specific attribute, I can just come in here, grab our groups, however many we've made, and export them and import them into my scene file, and I'll have some ready-made, ready shaded field grass that's ready to go. Okay, in the next part we're going to come back and we're going to look at creating something a little more complicated. We're going to look at creating some small bushes that will have actual leaves. So we'll look at designing textures for those and look at how to go about getting the paint effect strokes to look good. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we left off with our field grass, which I then went and turned into this image here. And also this is the grass we designed throughout the start of the tutorial, and in this part I said I wanted to go over some bushes, so I've taken the liberty of creating a couple of basic ones here that are actually very different in execution, so we'll be running through the creation methods for both of them. And if you take a quick look at the renders here, you can see that's both bushes. One is very stalk-like and the other one a little more sort of common bush-like. And if I just zoom in here, you can see the leaf shape and also textures are very different. This one is kind of a standard leaf, and this one, actually have a closer up shot here, is more like this, and I actually drew the inspiration and the texture from this bush here. So if we take a look at that and just flick back to Maya here, and you can see, yeah, we've got this sort of stalky bush. The reason I've chosen to take you through the making of both was they're both extremely different creation methods. So we're going to create this one here on the right first, as it's the simpler of the two. We're also then going to run through this leaf texture. You know, I actually took the photographs of these leaves myself, so I'm going to show you how to chop those in Photoshop, bring them into Maya. Okay, so let's start off with a new scene. And once again, just make sure we're working at the right scale. Okay, now as we've done before, we're going to have a look in the visor, which will show us the various preset paint effect strokes that we can use. Now if I look at under plants and plants mesh, you'll see we've got various presets here, the same as with grass. Now actually all of these presets are created from the same paint effect settings, so really we could use this mushroom preset and turn it into a bush, or these grapes, and you know, we can do whatever we want with these. You can, however, find a good starting point in here sometimes. So if you look around for something that resembles what you want to make, and that can often be a good starting point. So they actually have a brush here called bushes, which I'm just going to select and draw on my grid here. Let's make my brush size a bit bigger, and this gives me a start point for my bush. Now it's actually pretty far away from our end point, which would be here in this case. But we're going to use it as a basis. Now, over the course of the next few lessons, I'm going to be covering both bushes, flowers, trees and whatnot. So I'm not going to go individually through each individual setting one by one. Rather, I'm just going to get on with the creation process, explaining what each setting is doing and why I'm using it. And by the time we finish the whole tutorial, you should be, very familiar with everything that's in here. So once again, as we've done many times before, make sure your brush type is on mesh, and under mesh output make sure you have quad outputs ticked. A poly limit of 0 just means it won't have a limit. Okay, so now we can go up, and the scale I'll set to 800. This can be tweaked later on. As you've seen, even when you turn these into a mesh, you still have control over them. So let's start with one of the most important sections. Under tubes, you'll see creation. Now this deals with our length minimum and maximum, our min max width, so our width random, which will just introduce a little random, and our width bias, which you'll see won't actually do anything at the moment. I'll explain why in a second. And you've also got your segment length bias, so you can see there's more segments biased towards the top, and if I push this way, there'll be more segments biased towards the bottom. And the width bias does the same thing, so that will bring that in and out. Now, even though you have this control here in creation, when we go under growth and start adding branches, twigs and leaves, I'll show you that in order to control some of the things in branches, we also need to tweak some of the values in creation. And as this is easier to do than talk about, I will just get on with it. So first I'm going to turn the leaves off and the twigs off, just so we can see what we're dealing with the branches. Okay, so if I was to just turn the branches off as well, we would just have our creation start tube. So if we take a look at why it looks like this, one of the first things that we can see is elevation min and max. So if I was to do this, it would stand pretty straight, and obviously then you just have the azimuth, which I can straighten up as well. So this has brought us back to one straight stroke, and the width scale will control the width at various lengths of the tube. So if you wanted, let's say, just a perfectly straight pole, you can come in like this, and there you have it. Now most plants and trees and whatnot will get bigger towards the base, so you can always just come in here and make this thinner towards the tip. And then if you wanted to adjust the overall width, you can obviously use the tube width here and here. Okay, so that's a quick way of getting a good starting point. Now, a lot of the times when you bring in a Paint Effects preset, you'll also find that if we go all the way down here and take a look under behavior, that it'll have a whole bunch of random noises, gravities and things like this. We want to equal that out and get rid of it so we can actually see what our changes are doing. So if we take a look at displacement, first thing you'll see is noise. Now you can see that's creating some noise in there. It's not doing a lot at the moment because we haven't got a lot for it to do it with, but let's just turn it off. And with no wiggle, no curl. So under forces, you'll probably see it has a little random. Yeah, and I can go nuts with that and make it extremely random. And you can see why setting all these back to 0 is a great help to us. Because if we have these on, we can never be sure if it's, say, our length min and max or our azimuth or other settings that are making this twisted, or it's actually just randomly twisted. So let's get it all nice and straight for a decent starting point. Okay, make sure we have nothing else on. Now turbulence for this is off. This will be the animation in the end, and I'm going to leave it off. No spiral, no bend. Okay, and I'm also going to make sure all the way up here that there's no twist. So now I've got this very sort of boring looking stick here. Let's go and add some branches to it. So let's tick branches, and you'll see not a lot's happened. This is because even though we can change these settings, you'll see that absolutely nothing will happen. Okay, and this catches a few people out. It's caught me out before on occasion. This is because the twigs have branch after twigs ticked, which means that these branches will come after these twigs. But as we have no twigs, we can't have any branches, so nothing in here will make any difference. So first we need to turn the twigs on. Okay, so there is our twigs, and if I just go down now and turn branch after twig off, you can see what it looks like with just the branches. Now branches will have an effect. Okay, so branch after twig is very useful because it will let you create more branching towards the end of these twigs, which for certain tree types and certain bush types is a very good thing. We'll look at doing it both ways, but for right now I'm going to use branch after twig. And the first thing I notice is that my bush, I want it a little bigger than this. I want it to stand sort of waist high on a person. So this initial min-max length is too short. So let's just go up and change the min-max length. So I'm going to change the max length a bit. And as I said before, changing these steps under creation will have a radical effect on everything, branches, twigs, everything you do. So just bear that in mind. And I'm going to bump up this width scale a bit. And we'll look into that in a second. First of all, let's get some better looking branches on this. So under branches I can use the split size decay, which you can see the branches here at the end of these twigs. So I can use that to, whoops, don't want the split bias, I want the size decay. So just thin these out a little bit. And also with the twigs, you'll see that I have a twig base width and tip width, so that's way too wide, so I can lower the width down, and then it doesn't quite look so much as if they're, you know, massively out of proportion. So that's just two little tweaks we've got there that have given us some more branches and twigs. Now I want more branching to be happening here, so for that I can use this split max depth under branches, and this will determine where the split actually happens. So I can increase that a tad, and it actually won't give me much more because I'm not having many twig clusters to work with. So if I put in an extra couple of twig clusters, you can see that I'm now getting more branching. It's all fairly uniform, but we'll add some random noise later on. And then of course I can adjust the twig length. So if I get a bigger twig length on there, let's say 1.5, and go back to my split max depth, you can see now these start to split out towards the end. So branch after twig lets you create these quite elaborate splits. Okay, this is not what I'm looking for, obviously. I just wanted to demonstrate the principle. So let's come in here and bias this under creation. Let's give it some width bias to make it a little shorter, and let's bias it more towards the ground. You see now this has given us a huge amount of splitting up here, and our twigs are probably now way too long, but it's understanding the relationship that because you've set the twig length at 1.5 actually doesn't mean it will always stay the same length. If you go up and change the segment length bias, for instance, this will massively change the length of your twigs, even though you have set them at 1.5 here, sorry. All these values are connected. I can also change where the twigs start on the trunk. Okay, and I'm going to have them start fairly early on this one, because I want this to be a bush that's sort of out and bushy, as we saw. So now we've got this quite nice twig progression, but it's too much of it, so let's scale that back. And once again we can have a play around with our split max depth, which is a very important attribute for this kind of thing, and the split angle, which angle these split off at. So 0, sort of 90 degrees, 180. Now with a bush like this, I'm going to get them around 70 something. Okay, that should be fine. And split bias, let's bias this up, down a little bit so they split earlier on the twig. Okay, a little bit of split random and a little bit of split twist. Okay, so now we start to create a more sort of rounded bush. This part in the middle is way too large, so let's go and fix that, which we could either do with a width scale, of course, or we can just turn the global width scale down. Okay, that looks alright. And let's add in another branch. So now we've got far more branches and we're starting to look more bush-like. I mean, this looks a little ball-shaped at the moment, but that's because we have absolutely no random forces whatsoever. If I just go back down to behavior and add a little bit of noise, I'll also add a little bit of random and some gravity to make it all down. I will turn on the deflection. Okay, it is on already. I've just got one falling through the floor, which happens sometimes. And what I'm getting here is something that looks more sort of that round bush-like consistency that I'm going for. So we haven't done anything with the leaves yet, but first let's just have a look at what it looks like with leaves on it. Okay, so now you can see I get very bush-like, but these leaves are way too big. So if I go and check the leaf attributes, this is too big. So I'm going to set these to say 0.4, 0.4 and 0.4. And I'm going to be using a square leaf model for this particular bush, by which I mean, let me just jump into Lightroom under leaves. When I won't be using this one, I think I'll probably use this one. When I cut this out, I'll cut it out as pretty much a square. So I want my leaf geometry to be pretty much square, which it is because all the sizes are set to the same. However, you can see it actually looks longer than it is, and this is because here we have, let's just see where it went, leaf size decay. So it's not, the size of the leaf is not just controlled by leaf length, width and tip width, it's also controlled by all of these. So let's first of all flatten out these leaves, because they're too bendy and twisty, you know, so I want them a little flatter. I also want to reduce the geometry a bit so our poly count goes down. So that would be leaf curl. So if I set this to 0.5 and just delete this one, you'll see that these have now turned into much more square like leaves. And as we did when we created the trunk and everything else, I'm going to set these back to have less bend and twist and shear on them. So first things first, let's put the leaf twist to 0. And let us look here. Hang on, folks, I have lost the leaf bend. I've just gone blind, I think. There it is, right under leaf twist. So now we're getting these more back in shape. Okay, they still have a little randomness to them, which is absolutely fine. They have 4 segments. If I can find one, you can count. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I can obviously change that to 6, which would create even more geometry, or down to 3, which creates less geometry, but probably a less realistic leaf in this case. So I'm going to set it back to 4, and I'm just going to introduce just a little bit of leaf curl. Okay, not much, but just enough. Okay, and that's a random hodgepodge of leaves. I can obviously put more leaves on under the standard values. So leaves in cluster 2, this means they'll grow pretty much in pairs. Number of leaf clusters is how many leaf clusters is on the object. So I've just cranked that up to 40, so that'll take a second. And as you can see, that would look ridiculous. So let's crank the number of leaf clusters at say 5 and start to add, to fill this bush out a bit, we'll start to add some more twigs. Okay, so let's increase the twig clusters. And now, depending on how full you want your bush, how round, how sort of messy you want it, you can now go in and start tweaking things like the split angle. So this will lift it up off the floor. That's probably too much. Okay, so this gives me a completely different look to my bush, but as I can see, I don't have many splits at the onset, so a couple of things I could do. I could lower the overall scale of the twigs and branches, or I could have the twigs start earlier on the branches. So let's look at a couple of ways we could change this. Just pop open my outliner and go back to my stroke. Now, one of the things is obviously the split max depth under branches, so I can change that. Okay, but that's just given us more branching at the end, excuse me. So I think I'm going to leave this around 0.35. Actually, that's way too low. What I meant was 3.5. Okay, and just to deal with this, I'm just going to turn these leaves off for a sec. And I'm also going to put the number of branches down to 1, maybe 2, just so I lighten up the geometry so I can see better what I'm working with here. I'm going to introduce a little branch dropout so it makes it a bit more random. I'm also going to make sure I have a little twig dropout. And I'm going to bias the length a little bit inwards just to bring those leaves back inwards. I'm going to add my branches back, and now I'm going to add my leaves back. Whoops. Okay, so I'm still not getting a good enough leaf coverage on the inside, so I'm just going to check the leaf start, which will tell you where the leaves obviously start on the plant. And there we go, now you can see them disappearing in towards the middle. Okay, which is good. I just need a few more twigs and possibly a few more leaves. So let's get the leaf count up a bit. And is that too many? Are they too close together? Yes, I think they are. So let's go for a more modest 7. And also I want to change these leaf angles. Get a little bit of twist on there and a little bit of bend, which will just bend them downwards as if they're more heavy at the point. Okay, and let's have some more twigs. Okay, and I can see down the bottom here that I have a slight problem. So I'm just going to change the split bias of these just to fill that out a bit, and then I'm going to come up here and just play with the width bias a little bit, bring the whole thing in, and whoops, that was too many, and there we go. And that's the basics of our bush here. If I can just pop open the render view, I think I probably still have it. That's the basics of this bush here. That was pretty much how I made this one. Obviously everyone is going to be slightly different, so I will see you in the next part when we'll go through the final tweaks for this to get it to look the same as we have here, and we'll also cover the shading and texturing. So I hope you found that useful, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we left our little bush here. It's almost done with the paint effect stroke, but not quite. In fact, if we go in and have a look under the stroke itself, I just want to go down and sort a few things out. If we look underneath, there seems to be something strange here happening with these leaves being right down there. So if we turn the leaves off and take a look at the twigs and branches, this will just make it easier for us to see. So under creation, growth, turn the leaves off, and you can see at the bottom here we've got these very, very short branches, and then in the middle we have the longer ones, and then at the top, obviously this is to do with the angle. And if we look under twig scale, you've got what's called a twig length scale. Now this is a very interesting scale. If I adjust this upwards, these twigs at the bottom will get longer. Okay, so this gives me control over the length of the twigs at certain parts of the bush. Now, the way Maya preset was laid out was not quite right for us, so let's just tweak this length scale, and I do want it to be wider at the bottom, getting a little thinner at the top. There we go, so that's more of the sort of style that I had in mind, and now I want to tweak the angles of these to get them to stand a bit straighter. So first let's get those top ones to go upwards a bit more, and let's bring the angle of the bottom one, and then maybe readjust this. Okay, so now I've got something that doesn't have those very, very short twigs at the bottom. It's still quite round, so I'm going to get rid of actually one of the branches and introduce more twigs instead. So instead of 45 twig clusters, I'm going to jump that up to, say, 65. Okay, so we've still got this problem that it's a little bit round, so we can go and now look at the split angle on our branches. Okay, and let's just bring that in a tad. And we can also play with the split twist. Another thing I've noticed is that these branches and twigs that are quite thin, now if I put this to wireframe unshaded so we can see it in the viewport, oops, I know I can't at the moment because it's not a mesh, of course, but yeah, I think we can see it here. It's extremely thin, so I just want to increase the width of our twigs. So let's go twig width here at the base, and let's make the tip width a little bigger as well. So now these sort of more substantial, because the parts that are not covered with leaves, if we make these too small, these will look almost invisible. So I can come here now and put the leaves back on. Okay, and I've got a much more natural looking bush-like structure, but it is still quite symmetrical. So we can come up now and start to add a little of that random that we took away. We did add some noise and some gravity, so let's go down and look at that. And under behaviors, it's a very big node, so you'll see noise here, and we added a little noise. You can see that just gives us a little bit of random noise in there, and we added a little bit of gravity. Now obviously you could add more or less depending on how you wanted your bush to look. These values, unlike with a lot of particles where you want your gravity at 9.8 Earth normal, this is really much more of an artistic thing. It will affect the animation a bit as well, so bear that in mind. And we could add now a little bit of random in here. Okay, and if you wanted your gravity, your forces just to work in one direction, so let's say 1 in X, you'll see here that now affects X. So putting 0, it affects all three. Okay, and I could again change that to just Y if I wanted something sort of that was standing straight up like so. I'm just going to leave it at the standard, however. Come in there. I might also add a tiny bit of spiral and a little bit of bend, just a tad of bend. Let's try 0.03. Oh, maybe a little more. Okay, and this way I can kind of really randomize this up now. You can see gaps starting to form in it, heavier branches here. This just gives you a great degree of control. All these, you could add a little bit of wiggle. I mean, you don't want too much, otherwise you'll start to look a bit clownish. And a little bit of curl, just to sort of get that up. And then finally we could go up to the top and twist the whole thing also. So let's add a little bit of forward twist and increase the twist rate. And you know, this is really randomizing everything up for us quite nicely. So let's stick on our leaves again and see what we're looking like now. And we've got what I think looks much better. Of course, the proof will be in the pudding when we come to render it, because you'll often find that when you add leaves to this, for instance, we'll have some cut out opacity on them. So if our leaf image is only this big, what looks like giant leaves in the viewport might actually turn out to be too small. So what I'd like to do, because there is still a few tweaks that I would like to make to this, you know, to get it a bit nicer. I might also do two side by side. So what I want to do just before I do any of that is to just design some simple textures for these leaves, so we can start to do some basic render and get an idea of what this thing actually looks like. So I'm going to pop open Photoshop. Okay, and there was the test of our field grass we did, and I'm just going to open up a leaf image that I've got on my hard drive. Okay, so I just want a test image about the size that I'm going to be using. So I think as we go down here, as you can see, I've taken quite a few of these. This one should be fine for a simple bush. Okay, nothing special. It's actually not that high resolution, and it's actually the back of a leaf. So I'm going to want the front for this. Sorry about that, folks. Just try this again, and that will be the front, I believe. Okay, so there we go. I just shot these against the white background quite simply, very standard sort of digital camera, actually my phone camera I believe for these ones. I've got some much higher res images that we'll be using in the final, but this will be fine to just sort of check it out. So I'm just using the magnetic lasso, and I'm just going to cut this out. When we come to the final texture, we'll need a front and a back for our leaf. We'll need different reflectivity for both the front and the back. We'll also need a specular map or reflection map, as well as a few other things, transparency and whatnot. But for right now, let's just get this basic image out. So let's add a new layer. Excuse me, going a bit balmy. And let's just do a layer via cut. Oops. Okay, and I'll put this on a black background. I just want to show you one of the pitfalls you'll get when you cut these things out. You can see I've got a little bit of an edge around this leaf, which doesn't appear to be much here, but if you put hundreds of them together, then this edge has a nasty way of making itself very obvious. So I'm just going to take care of that edge. So I'm going to grab my leaf first, and I'm going to transform it the right way up. Okay, because when we come to put this on the paint effect, this will actually be the bottom and this will be the top. So let's get it the right way up to start with. I want to also then make a copy of it, and with this copy I just want to smudge it out a little bit. So let's just grab here the smudge tool, make sure we're on a decent brush size, and just smear out that underneath copy all the way around the leaf. This is so when we cut out the top leaf, this one here, it won't appear on a black background. We'll have this pretty similar color underneath. There are a few ways of doing this, of course. This is just a quick, easy one. Okay, now I'm just going to control select my original leaf, and I'm going to shrink the selection a bit. So selection, modify, and contract. I'm going to contract it by 5 pixels, and then I'm going to feather it by 5 pixels. Then I'm going to select the inverse and hit delete. Okay, and unfortunately I had that on the wrong layer, so let's just select the right layer and now hit delete. And you'll see here that that nasty white edge that we had has completely disappeared from our leaf, and what will happen is when that goes on with an alpha channel, you won't get that in Maya. So let me just get my selection set back. Oops, hit delete. Hit delete. Okay, and now I want to copy this into the alpha channel, so control click there again and click to add an alpha channel. So now we have our leaf and we have our alpha channel for Maya. So let's save out our leaf. And I'll just save this as leaf. Whoops. Leave for tutorial eventually. Sorry about that. Okay, now back into Maya and let's get this leaf on this bush, which means we obviously need to convert this bush to a mesh. So before I do that, I'm just going to make sure that the brush type is mesh and that the output mesh is on quad outputs. So again, convert paint effects to polygons. Okay, and that's given us now a nice poly bush, which we can see really isn't that many polys. So 24,000 in total, which is more than acceptable. When we get onto trees, we'll be going up into the hundreds of thousands, but this is a very basic kind of little bush here, so 24,000 polys is pretty good. Now we've got the main and the leaf, let's look at create a texture for a leaf. So let's assign a new material to it, and we'll use a mere material X. Okay, and I'm just going to pop open the hypershade, graph that material. So I am going to delete the unused nodes because Maya has attempted to create shaders for us, but in this case we're just not going to be using them. So there's our leaf, mere material, and I'm going to put the reflectivity at 1 because I'm actually going to end up controlling this reflectivity with the BRDF curve. So I'm going to leave that at default for right now, and because I'm just going to knock up a basic shader while we're still tweaking this, I'm actually just going to load in the image into the color. So let's just do that. Let's select a file here. Okay, and I've just clicked for open, and I've got my leaf for tutorial, which you can see has its alpha channel. So let's open that one up. Okay, and I'm also going to just flip my renderer over to mental ray so these stop being red. Okay, so let's graph this, and now I just have my texture here going into my color channel. One thing I forgot to do in Photoshop, so let's take a look at how I've mucked that up, is that although I've got an alpha channel on this image is now so large that my cutout opacity, or the alpha channel in Photoshop, is so big that when I come to put this leaf on this piece of geometry, it'll just appear as a tiny thing in the center. So I'm just apologize, I'm just going to have to resave this out from Photoshop. So I'm just going to trim it with the automatic trim function, and then just save it again. In Maya, I'll just hit reload under the texture, and you'll see that fixes the problem. Now I'm going to also turn down the filter to 0.1, to make it a little sharper when we do this. And for right now I'm going to use no translucency. I'm not going to do anything clever. I am simply going to plonk this on the geometry and show you what happens. So let's assign an existing material leaf, and I probably have used default material, so I'll just untick that, and you'll see that this gets our leaf texture. So you can kind of see here how our leaves are going to look. You can see that this is looking very bush-like. You can't really see through the leaves in too many places, but where you can, like here, our twigs are, I think, about the right thickness. That's certainly what I would expect them to be. So let's just bang off a quick render of this and see what we get. Okay, we're getting some very nasty reflection happening, but I'm not too concerned about that right at this particular moment. What I'm more concerned about is, you'll see, even though we have an alpha channel, it hasn't seemed to have worked, and this is because our Maya material needs to have something that's called cut out opacity. So let's take a look at that. In fact, you can see it in the viewport as well, that this blackness has stayed there, and because it's a Maya material it will also stay there, but let's just get it out of the render. So let's go back to the hypershade with our graph material. What we need to do is tell this Maya material that the alpha channel should be cut out. So the first thing might actually be easier if we just hid our bush mesh group, so Control H, created a poly surface. Let's just give it a bit of a rotate. Okay, and I'm going to assign our leaf texture to this so we can better understand what's going on. Okay, so there is our leaf texture. Let's just get it up the right way. And if I render it now, you'll see that it doesn't have any transparency on it. And in fact, a better thing to do, because obviously our background is all black, would be to just get a physical sun and sky in here for testing purposes. And I'm just putting my bog standard render test settings. Okay, and let's try that again. Okay, as you can see, it's on the background hasn't gone away. So let's, first things first, let's get rid of that. Now, it would be nice if it was just a case of plugging the alpha channel into the cut out opacity, but that's not going to work, and I'll show you why now. So middle mouse drag your file texture onto your shader and hit other, and we want to have the out, let's see, the out transparency, and let's plug that in to, let's say, the cut out opacity, which is here, and I can't because it's grayed out. So as I said before, that's not going to work. What we need to do is, first of all, we need to take the out transparency and reverse it, otherwise we'll just get a hole cut in our leaf. So let's take that and grab ourselves a reverse node. Okay, so let's just middle mouse drag again, and let's go to out transparency to input. And now, because of the way this works, we need to run it through a luminance node. So let's grab one of those, which will be here, and let's just other. So let's run its output into its value, and now we can run the out value from the luminance node into the cut out opacity of the Maya material, which is right here somewhere. I've got its shading group, my apologies. And there we go. Okay, now let's take another render of our leaf. And you'll see that it's been fully cut out. Now obviously it's a bluish colour because of the uncorrected reflectivity on it, so if I just go and turn the reflectivity down to 0 for right now, you'll see that there is our leaf in all of its cut out glory. Okay, and because we're going to be obviously showing this at smaller sizes, we're never really going to get this close to our bush. This leaf, even though it was shot at fairly low resolution, will be just fine. We just need to put a back and do some additional shading on it. So let's crack on and put that on our bush. So Shift H to bring our bush back. We don't need this anymore. In fact, what just happened to my bush? There we go. I think I accidentally deleted it, but there it is. Okay, and let's grab this main and just put a standard Lambert on it for now. And let's make sure we have our leaf on there. Yes, we can see it. And now let's take a render of this. Okay, so here's our render. You can see our just about individual leaves here. You can see probably they look a little large, so we're going to have to go in and adjust the leaf scale. But just using the simple basic shader with that cut out opacity lets us see a bit better what it'll actually look like, where the light will be able to shine through it, etc. So one of the reasons it's far too light is because we never gamma corrected it. So let's go in now and fix that. If we look between our file texture and our shader, you can see two connections. One will be with the diffuse, one of them will be the diffuse alpha, which we don't need. Let's get rid of them. Under utilities, insert a gamma correct node. Just drag that middle mouse onto the value, onto the diffuse, middle mouse again, and reverse that gamma. Also, if I look at the material itself, I'm just going to turn on ambient occlusion, which is built into the Maya Material X, as you are probably aware, and let's just take that render one more time. Okay, I actually threw just a quick floor plane on there so we could get a better look, but you can see we've got our individual leaves on now. We've still got quite a bit of work to do with this. We can now again begin tweaking this bush, to make it look a little more realistic. These leaves, I think, are far too big, depending on the sort of bush you want to create, but for me they're too big. Also, I'm going to make a few adjustments to the paint effect stroke itself, and we need to look at things like putting a backside on these leaves, because obviously the front and back of leaves look different. We need to put some reflectivity on here. We need to also put some translucency, we need a bump map, and a few other things to start making this look more like a real bush and less like something we just whipped out of a paint effect. So we're going to cover all that in the next part. I hope you found something useful in here. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in a second.